especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the international, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the international itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game, they have to turtle, they have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcons' early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao Wait from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where, the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Zawait, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players a hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that he's no longer the one clicking the buttons. Zawait is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Omar, who it seems he's doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Omar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Zhao Wei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AUI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, right? Falcons, they played the most games coming into it, but they have the smallest hero pool when you compare both of them, right? Heroes played, I think it's like 37 to Falcons. XG have played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think it's, in regards to the coaching, it's going to be, can Zhao Wei find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the Sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kezu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the gameplay. Sure, the draft, it will make it easier. But if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get through the early game, you can get through the mid game. And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation. Whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. We call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the International by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 340-second stun record in one of his the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker. They'll let him farm his Blink Dagger and then just let that enemy safe lane.
YouTube-mu tak report.
Ah, kamu hitam.
He's so good
Admin
at
YouTube
controlling,
dia
man. It's what they
maling.
want from him. His heroes play so good for it,
Restream tak
and his
report.
positioning and spellcasting is just top notch.
It helps that those heroes that
Tak
you've
report,
highlighted
tak
are
report.
all, very
Kamu
Orang
hitam.
hitam
Iki lho Ame Pinoy
The side
Pride.
needs a play, the Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in
fuck,
the phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon. And of course, on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim
Ora
that
Cina
Aegis
Indonesia.
that is on display. But let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
Piye nep kae damkar cek 94 kae lu.
Masa
Mau apa mlebu lobbyku terus
It is
dikick
a
pati.
summit that few have conquered.
wonge lho. Wis tak bantu
The legends
90.
of the past have
Balik
written
nih,
their
Ci.
own
Ning
epic
85, Ci.
stories. Where
Lu
scores
Jawa
of
banget, Wak.
fallen contenders
Asem
have
ning
mourned
imo
their
cuk.
shattered
Musuh mbek
dreams.
bolone gendeng kabeh. Asem rasane kok main ning honor cuk.
You can give everything and never reach it.
Main trio tapi aku ora full team.
Wah, golden lah.
Those who triumph here will
Lah
forge a
full
legacy
team apa
far
ler iki
greater
lho
than
trio
fame.
BLJ Kopo.
Ngalah pantas.
16 teams began this journey in
Pantas apa?
Hamburg.
Menang kok.
The last two now face off on the ultimate stage.
Wonge lho jipuk bel.
Each is one step from
Tongkon ta?
immortality with one final adversary standing in the way.
Cang diban nerak tipik terus anjing.
To bear witness
Tipe siapa? Musuh be kanca.
honor those who've battled here.
Kuwi to apa?
To
Tolong
see
match,
who will
tolong match,
join
wonge
the
main cang
ranks
sekali
of
tok.
the fallen hopefuls.
Cang ini diban karo tipik
Will
musuh.
ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got a stream gaming on the Mania side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really
Ikut
have to
ini main dong,
respect
makin
this
menang.
hero and its ability to
Nana
come
wis
out
pindah,
during the
Cok.
grand finals, because this is his pocket pick. This is his
Kecewa.
hero. He never loses lane.
Disile
And
neng
you know
disile
what?
neng
Just
tim
take his lane
Turki.
dominators out of the way, enable
Raps
Navi, and that's the
sponsor.
play that Falcons are going to make here. For
Emang.
Extreme
Padahal
Gaming,
loh,
they just take
kiper
out that
api loh.
Falcon. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through.
Angger
and
blunder
now
api.
they've got first pick. Maybe they could look towards
Apa
their
mergo
XXS
basket
or
di
Shaker,
demo ya?
but they've got their freedom of
Balik
choice here,
lari.
Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna
Kayak
be a
kan apa
lot
pas
of
demo
balance.
DPR
We've
ono
seen banned out a lot, right?
Pas
But
demo
it's
DPR
like Mars is
ono
available for
quiz
the
sing
it's gonna
apa
be on the
apa
Extreme
teams. And yeah, like you said, I love
Coba
this
Extreme
ban.
yang tadi
You want to
coba
make sure
gaduh.
that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the
Tak kira
enemy that's
dijebuk
gonna take you
Falcon
out of your
anjing.
comfort. And
Mars,
XM
apa,
on these
ATF
really nasty
masih
annoying
bangsat
heroes,
banget sih.
that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position. I'm interested to know if they are to do that. Falcons, they first picked
Center
Shaker
base
early in
fire
the
dia
tournament and
buat
got annihilated.
Falcon.
So they know how to
Mars.
deal with it, and instead XG, they go for the
Merah,
Mars. Okay, we do
Snapfire
have
be
two of
nganu,
the most
Beastmaster.
experienced Mars players in the world now in this grand finals between XSS and ATF.
Pangu deng, Pangu seono yo. Oh, toh tenan tuh Pangu, anjing.
We'll just get him that blink dagger and he will create situations for us.
Snapfire.
Then I'd like Falcons to respond straight away.
Falcon
with the tank.
Snapfire.
Gua nonton yang di.
Already banned the puck, the sniper. Against
Neng
the
Twitch.
arena, you have that chaos. If XG is going to go for comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the pick
Ya, udah
and
cepat.
comfort for themselves?
what I
Iya,
love too, when you have
anjing.
two
Ya
of
kan
the best teams
langsung
playing
neng
like their best
Dotane,
heroes, it really goes to
langsung
show you what they value,
official
what they
Dotane.
really
How
want
to.
to do against you, like what do you need to
Neng
make
anu
with
wae
it,
kowe
what do
neng
you need to ban
Wikipedia
against it.
terus
And here's the Pangolier,
Hey,
really
delok
nice call there.
anuku,
You have a
delok
super good pick with
streamku.
the team fight matching, looks great.
Yeah, and both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies.
Neng
So not
Wikipedia.
giving away too much here
Terus kita
either.
watch now
Maybe
sing anu
even some
lho
flex
gitu.
still possible.
Wikipedia.
It's not likely,
Dota.
but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible.
You know what's now
Like, if
the-
you're also gonna look
Oh.
at it,
Iki lho.
both of these heroes
Watch
require
now
also
gambar
Twitch.
Twitch
You want this follow-up damage.
Ya oke langsung neng Twitch nih bawa pencet kuwi. Tapi saya neng Wikipedia cuman videonya video Twitch.
I think they're thinking
Live
of the
streaming
live
Twitch.
game right now because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it
We
doesn't
don't care,
matter
yeah.
how the laning stage goes. We just want this hero for us.
Habis
And on the
masternya
topic of
di-ban
Snapfire, that has
langsung.
to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming. They flex it between 4 and 5.
Snapfire
And if
sih.
you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of
Oh, yeah.
course. Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out of pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armar heroes that can be quite good against the Mars, you know, maybe some Underlord, where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban
Nah,
to the
terus
troll
Snapfire
for
lo,
the
tenan
ban.
lo.
One ban that
Keto
Falcons
anjing.
had, and the non-surprising
Tapi mau
Snapfire. I'm sure that
Pan
also Extreme
plus
Gaming
Snapfire,
knows that this
Flora
hero
Pecok,
will
pakai
come
apa?
out at this stage. They opted to ban out the beast. No harm in that either. Very strong
Ki
heroes
Extreme
in the hands of
Gaming
Falcons.
I think Snapfire
jupo.
in particular goes up in value if you
So
see an
ban
offlaner
nih.
very early, because you can see if it's a pipe buyer or not. Mars
Bannya kan
does
di-ban.
not really buy pipe for his team.
Oh, ya,
That's
ban ini
usually the
di-ban
way
deh.
that teams will play against
Berarti nih
early game
ban-nya.
magic
Oh,
damage.
Hoodwingse.
Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Fire, into
Limone,
Blink,
Limone
into
juga
Refresher,
sopo. Warlock,
and XG
Warlock.
snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their
Warlock sih
The
oke
question for
sih.
is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think
Oh shit.
it's okay.
Apa Earthshaker? Oh, Elder.
Oh shit.
If you pick your 5 here, just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's
Elder
sadly banned.
Ah, oh, is it? Oh, first phase ban. Yeah, I'm blind.
Tahu saya tuh
Oh, there
delay,
goes the
anjir.
other type.
Masa gue delay?
Spells being
Iya,
thrown
anjing.
into, they've played this combo many times before.
Ngomong Elder aku saya
It
delay
did this
saat
exact
sepersekian
summer
detik tuh.
opening earlier in the playoffs against Nigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink
Ya,
with
aku malah
Snapfire,
kalah.
that's the
Wis
opening
ora.
they have. But even we've talked about Snap and Hoodwink, it's
Boy,
kind
oh.
of the same hero for what it does on the map. Opening, it can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want to
Intense
team fight.
trust.
They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spell
Nah, itu
cast.
tenan
They're
Enchantress
just gonna
anjing.
triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage
Boing.
to take advantage of ET's buff. You need that Leshrac style mid laner that is really going to
Terus
pump out the
ngepick
DPS.
mid lane,
This
mid
is-
lane.
Honestly, it's going to feel
Crit
good.
ki
doing
nggak pernah
that because
menang
Falcons,
TI.
they're picking the Enchantress,
Udah pas
they're going for
Sumail
that
nih,
pace and that
ikut
early
Crit.
game pressure that
Siapa?
enables them to
Crit.
put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG,
Crit.
the same
Pas
formula
Eke ya?
could work, right? If you
Or-
break
kita
your
nggak
lanes,
tahu.
take these early
Sih.
towers, it's not going to be a
Sailing
kill
ku
game
nggak
in
tahu.
15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is
orang ini
usually
nih,
where they end
goblok,
up taking
salah.
Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open
ganti
between
I.
like your 2 and 3. You don't really want to
I,
show. Sven is
terus
something that they've played before. I mean,
overview.
it's nice if you can get a BKB hero because you are going up against the Mars, against the
Oof,
Hoodwink, you
Sven.
have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no
Coba
surprise
lagi,
for XG.
timnya
You have
goblok, aku
seen
lali.
these heroes before, you know
Ora,
what
Crit
they're
durung
going to do in
tahu.
the early game.
Neng
But
tim
at the top
Falcon sing
level
wis
of
tahu
Dota,
menang
you can show
Skeeter,
your cards, but if
snaking.
you execute perfectly,
B
it is really
AOI
hard to play into
2000.
it.
AOI 2000 su. Iki nek
AOI.
misalnya menang AOI.
It's also where the troll ban
coach
comes in kind of
tim
handy.
Falcon.
It's good for the Sven. So now for XG,
Ini misalnya
Ini
menang.
nih,
where do you wanna go? They've shown us like a reducer before
Dua
because
tiga.
after he wants to carry
Orang
matchup.
pertama yang punya
He
3 kan
can have it if
Aegis.
he wants to. This is his pick if
Lah.
he wants to have it.
Main tim apa ya?
Kan biyen
The Medusa
Ayo,
or the
2000 kan
Ursa.
tenan
That's where
biar
I'm leaning. If you want to
kerene
go for
Navi,
not
Cuk,
dying to
semenang.
the burst and the
Yo,
Jade
nek
Ursa,
ngerti.
you then follow up with your
ngerti
Ursa,
aku.
and then the
Terus
Medusa, like you
baru
mentioned, also
anu,
very, very strong.
pas
The only
Tundra
question
menang,
mark would
tenan
be
coach Tundra.
Hangblade, Refusal Blade. Is that annoying
Buset.
enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't,
Nah, iki
also
Falcon menang
very,
tenan
very
duit
good.
telu su IGC.
Jago.
Jadi orang pertama, Cuk.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards
Nah,
to
iki
protect it.
Extreme
And
Gaming
of
bingung
course it is
ki.
the other
Pengen
team
nge-ban
is
mid atau
Falcons
nge-ban
that
offline
is
ki.
getting the
Pangolere
overall
soalnya
last pick. So if you want to protect any
fleksibel.
pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa. So
Ursa.
that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. A lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have
Ame
been you know,
Ursa,
pumping in a Lotus or
100%
a
win
turn
rate.
around play. Why not put
Ame
Ame on a hero that can throw himself into these
100%
vulnerable
win rate,
positions and
Ursa.
let the rest of his team shine,
Bisa
and
gua
then he'll
adu
turn it
ke
around.
Spend.
Gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still it
Bisa.
leaves
Kontak
XM
bareng.
open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to actually XXS, XM, stand-out performance, and you've got to be careful.
Buskar.
This guy can
Oh,
absolutely
ngen raiso
turn
nganu
the game on its head.
Ursa.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who, with the Spirit, is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in team fights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only issue
Tanggal lah
is
sini Uskar.
Ursa ET on lane.
Apa?
You're going to play against either
A.
Snap or Enchantress. It's most likely the
Ora,
same.
Uskar,
iya di-ban.
Even a Pango
Uskar offline, offline.
and
Uskar
in that
offline.
case, he's going to suffer a little bit. Like his entry
Amar-
into the game
Amar
will be
tahu
slower. Ursa is
Uskar
not
offline.
renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a Disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right? The last time that
Berarti
Amar played
Extreme
Viper
lu respect
competitive
neng
was 4 months ago.
Amar.
What stops
Lu
Amar
gak respect
doing
banget,
something
Wak.
like this as well? Like I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the
Mid.
game, but as
Storm.
long as I do the
Storm.
breaking
Storm.
of the first
Storm
15-20
Void.
minutes, like that's the thinking
Storm
I'm having.
Void.
Because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be
Storm
happy to
sih, tahu
bring
tenang,
out
tahu Storm.
any other hero to
Defend.
dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
Terus
I will
Extreme
say that if
Gaming
there is
Queen.
any team that has Viper on their side always,
Ada tanda tangan itu.
Go again, go again.
GH
so many left.
GH naik for
Has he got more?
meneh. Mek.
Nice, crazy bro.
Hipster.
Iki sopo
We're
sih?
gonna fix that one.
Oh,
right.
Heroi.
Heroi.
Oh, iki Blink,
Ooh,
Stone
very
UP.
Blink. My guy.
No one.
Oh, there we go.
Gerit.
Garit.
Instead they ban out
Kratos.
the Doom
This
again.
man
Very,
must
very
be
stable.
really
Ame.
Great way to close it out.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen of Pain on Extreme
OP.
Gaming. That will be
Ini
their
OP.
hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for
GOP
XG. They have
berarti
range damage and the
dari
ability to instantly blink in
dilawan
and follow up. Storm
bu,
gets
Pak
taken
wis
out,
ra
Lesh
ono.
builds, Blink Dagger gets taken out. All that's
Void-
left is for Queen
Void
of Pain with this
kalah.
wave to give you that added damage. XG are
Dragon
looking
kenaik.
to blink in,
Dragon
take
kenaik.
the fights quickly,
Dragon
burst them,
kenaik
and
toh.
then re-engage.
And building on that as well, they also have
Garo
fighting,
sih.
right? If they are to blink in and
Tapi
maybe
landingnya
misinitiate,
menang
Ursa
lawan
can
anu,
disengage,
lawan
Yeah.
GOP.
disengage. ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. The layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure.
Ya,
any
DK
single
yo.
time.
So you can
Masa
decide, do you
Void?
want Pango to go in the mid lane, or do you
DP?
want Amar to play it on the off lane?
TP wingi
You
mong
can go
cispik
mid,
to
but you do
ora
take
minta
quite the
TP.
beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not
Oh,
your
sekarang nerf
favorite
ya?
matchup. You could say similar things for
Apa?
the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the
TP,
Snap 4, you
kena
can
nerf.
like try to offset the lane. So to me, it's more about what they
TP
value
ki nek
more.
wis kalah
Like, what do they
laning,
also feel like they need from the
angel
game. You have
banget,
two
kudu
guys to
menang-
jump in.
kudu menang
Like, your
duit
draft
banget
covers
TP.
quite a lot. So if you care
Kali
more
ini
about
TP
the
kalah
lanes,
duit,
you
angel.
could go for a pretty heavy
Match
laning
apa
hero.
angel?
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final
Ember,
pick.
oh
Ember.
Here it
Ember
is.
on
Oh,
Jim
it's an
Keono,
Ember
goblok.
Spirit. We don't
Ember
get to
kuat
see
tuh.
that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
Kali
So they went
Ember
for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so
Iya
much
sih,
vision
mendingan
throughout
Ember
the
sih.
game. The lockdown available
Bisa
for XG is quite
licin.
limited. So if Maureen's going in first, baiting XSS to ever waste a spear or arena, it then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're playing Hoodwink and ET versus Ember Spirit, who's having a good start and is getting these runes,
You
good
hate
luck.
your life.
Good luck, because you cannot defend yourself.
Kalau
against this
ekstrim
hero.
ra
For
bakal ono
Falcons,
sing
they have
tebut
their typical
dominator.
map play style of mid. They're
Saka
going to have their
Falcon yo
initiation
ora
from
ono
the
ra.
offlane. They're going to have
Kita
Mami
tidak
building these
melihat
early items and running at
dominator
people,
gaming
and
di
the
game
double supports
1.
farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I really love these two drafts. Like, the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Army. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup. But I also like that Falcons, they covered their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the network to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute
Bang,
bangers.
sudah ya
Well,
pingnya
that would
gua
be
mau lihat
fantastic. I do
main
have one
bang.
final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do kind of like a 6th man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Nice.
Thank you very
Januse.
much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against a Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your Grand Final go after that?
It was good. It was 3-0.
It was good. It was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Actually, no. It was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I went 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope
langsung
we actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
8, 7,
Then let's hear it for the potential of this Grand Final. Hamburg, make some noise for this Grand Final.
That is crazy, bro.
Welcome to the International!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce east first west will grace the grand finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There
refresh
history
refresh page. Apa refresh gini insert chat iki.
And a large part of that old
Oh no.
was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true. Until Ame and LGD fell to OG.
Yeah, betul. Same.
History
was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket return to the finals? A third of the for some of these players have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment.
Ya kan,
Their name on that age is they are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play. Because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers.
Oh, it's a delay.
Can you out-team fight them? Can you
That is
out-team them?
crazy, bro.
Ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme as another 10-0.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Loh kok beda telu step ya aku?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is...
Kayak piro? Se 20. 21. Podo.
22.
Podo.
Aku sing beda iki.
Lah tengok stream gua, tengok stream gua. Oh, stream gua podo deleting anjing.
On one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example. These games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some great.
Yes.
This is a team you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominant move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fight. God, has this man had ATI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket, in it.
Hah? B serem.
Oke.
Iki tak flash kena.
1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4.
Beda 1 detik. Beda 1 detik.
Pango matchup with the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table, no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big value.
And also, we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaky? One more thing he's got, and a 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for X-Nova on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boots online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later, they have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start, play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got to push back, trying to stop it. Another stun comes in. XM is able to get the blink away, and Jin-Q is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jin-Q just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting 2 supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons, double range plus Enchantress plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another Enchant. So another creep to be able to tank this tower. Two more siege wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this siege wagon is going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up, but what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. Just gotta beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
Oh, but the trade-off, Ame almost gets the kill on Amar, but he also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get their first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ahmed, getting aggressive on that battle line. He even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Powerune, Malrine tries to get it and does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. I mean, XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on X-Nova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers. You just gotta try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Snaking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the spend.
Snaking did not make the read there. That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward, though.
Ame hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You gotta punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Snaking live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, it's a required XM. They can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the dispo in the overpower.
Semakin dipukul semakin agak. Kayak sate.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. The Crit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars in big trouble, and GQ is not able to chase after Crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up to top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If he can grab it here, it would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottle. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from Ember. Yeah, that is super dangerous around the map. Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we gotta start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been off cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
Easily a move he can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight. You can connect through the gate. It's kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold it here and use it defensively.
Why not
you want Ame to continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the Pango holds. The Queen can counterplay that a little bit.
Mati.
Crit playing games with XXS and Jin Q once again, but this time around Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
40. Tapi melebu.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the
tower
Wisdom really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire's level 4.5 right now.
Tapi mite
loh. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jin Q did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XG, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start.
Mort tidak share di Discord.
Ora wis ora. Ora ana suarane. Juk komentatornya.
Maureen just playing with him. Looking for that 12-minute power.
Dulu bang.
XM challenges him again.
Nicely.
Nice. There's the Sonic Wave, but it wasn't even required. Jingyu had it well in hand. That bushwhack combined with the sharpshooter. Well played.
And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill in this Ember Sphere. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on the Falcons because snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
Yeah, and Skeeter will have the luxury of stacks where you can see it. Extreme do not have that same luxury. 9 more stacks that Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme has to get aggressive, right? There's no other option.
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshans, or start taking some more team fights. The interesting part about this game is you won the Wisdom Shrine battle, but Falcons are ahead in XP. Because Skeeter just got so much more out of this jungle. This Sven is level 11. He's a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking some net worth.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build helmet off.
There's not going to be a single helmet in this game.
Bless. Another Wisdom Shrine is coming up in 40 seconds. Crowd happiest they've been all day.
The Helm meta died somewhere in the lower bracket, it would seem, as these teams just want to duke it out. Maureen still looking for that Mage Slayer. Very strong on the front line. Whacked into the burst damage.
Tried to get the slight chains, but let's face it, diving into the tier 2, that is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
And items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight. They get
Sisi lawan telu ya pernah tuh.
Early fighting items now online. 14-minute wisdom
Oke, kowe len bangsat.
Going to get traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really sneaky down there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Maureen can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yule's Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line.
Tidak mengarik kekalahan anjing kok.
XXS right now. Downside is you don't have to reach on something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's going to be red. Smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower. Get something
item pertamanya Eul.
The Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position. Yep. Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM.
And an
who was next to him.
Ob's placed right under Sentry up top.
Gonna try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not gonna fall.
15 menit baru satu item yang jadi, Cok. Apa yang kamu nanyakan, Cok?
Not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not gonna join the fight. Battle Fury has just finished for Abe a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. His disadvantage against this Sven who had all of those ancient stacks earlier.
Kok nopo loro streaming
Does
Dota
not want to
kabeh?
be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Ya ora goblok wae so.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. Back to the towers defended.
Ini
Back
podo
to
sing main
hitting
kan?
neutrals.
Iya.
They really haven't got.
Pemainnya ya podo kan?
They've ground out that
Channel YouTube ya
usual
podo kan?
lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase.
Terus nopo? Kayak streaming
Stream
siji
still
nopo
keep
ora
up
siji
despite
streaming
the
silanan
stack
nonton dulu.
disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Banyak bacot
Emang
kamu.
nopo?
Banyak bacot
Tidak
kamu.
ngomong resource memek lu
Barely give up
bedeng
really
so.
bad core deaths. The teams that are spiraling are going to spiral.
Ibaratnya tak kowe nek ning bioskop to tapi kan nonton dhewe anjing. Kowe iku ya share screen lu ning bioskop so. Ibaratnya kowe di bioskop to kowe melu share screen so.
Lele.
There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Maureen, let him bring these supports back.
Iki bandare sapa? Awale sing streaming sapa bandare?
Another one. Slight chains,
Bandare
kisses.
streaming sapa?
Anjing langsung hilang.
Finding his time, waiting for Maureen to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just
Jadi kita
follow
rame di
the
Discord gue bacot.
Very little XG can do about it unless they're just baiting someone out, going and using.
Yeah, as you said, the
Enggak
the
gitu,
core's not
wih.
being
Nama
picked
jauh
off,
sepi
but
bawahnya ya streaming
they do
sana.
manage to find
Enggak
some
gitu,
support kills.
Rame,
Nice,
tim
nice,
rame.
nice, 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 nice,
Actually
nice.
don't mind this kind of style though. Like they're
Di
willing
gue
to
wis
give
mbok
up
download
some
durung
part of the
Delta
map
Force
early on in the
mu.
game to
Ayo.
push it later, get their
Ini
item
kiri dia
timings,
waktu
and take that fight.
Anjing
Even
aku
if
loh
it's at a 5 or 6K
60
network
baru
disadvantage,
60 giga sih.
they believe in their execution.
Ria gitu menepati omongannya.
Sesok lo saiki lo sedang sibuk
Ora seneng aku
nonton.
jalan Delta Force ki lo, mending tau ke menelan udah sendiri
I was
nih.
about to say, if anything's
Aku
going to give them
ngomong
even
juga
more
seneng ya.
confidence is going to be that lower
Aku
bracket
malas
finals
lolos
game
karena
3.
banyak.
They played against a
Ora,
net
aku
worth
ngomong
advantage
aku ora
the
seneng
entire
gendene.
time, and
Tekan
had
wong
the
anjing.
confidence that they were going to be able to
Oh,
pull through,
sing
and they
ngomong
sure
ngono.
did.
Oh wes tak
At this
jauh
point, just
ngomong ora
believe
seneng
XXS
aku
is gonna win you the
gendene
Roche off
lah.
because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
Wis rong item ya
So he's thinking about
urusane.
BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes.
Langsung
If you
munggah
get a
ngono
team fight
urusane
on
network
top
ya
of
anjing.
Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember,
Wis rong item.
it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pit. Straight to Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune
Whoa.
that doesn't spawn. Amar
Alah.
makes a
Ah,
poke
no,
and
sing-
Messi.
and reveals that
Messi.
there is a whole heap of heroes
gitu
right
aja.
behind him.
Yo, wis difusal soalnya.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, instant smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just
Kok
wanted
sini
to.
papat ya?
XXS is thinking about striking first though, and he managed to get
Oh,
the pin.
it's a limbo.
No fuels required. They just
Oh, wow.
the Rolling Thunder. It'll come too late to save the Ember Spirit.
Bad.
But maybe Skeeter. You can see he's
Waduh.
holding
Ngapain
on
muter-muter
right now,
Ispan
waiting
nih?
for his
Saya
initiation.
Boleh.
Wins
Onge
it.
nunggu
They
Barca.
got the
Onge nunggu
arena
Barca.
for the two support damage.
Iki lho sing diteni.
He went in for the off-laner, but now he's surrounded by heroes.
Tapi diwalik
Nah,
be
diwalik
usane.
usah, Cok.
Oh, digerau-gerau be urusan.
And he
Lebih-
went in for his counterpart,
lebih
Falcons.
disiplin
He waited
urusan
for
itu.
Skeeter.
Bro,
Beautiful patience
Soalnya
from
amennya belum
outside
metu mau,
the
Cok.
fight. He waits for the
Eh,
snap.
Be Marseille.
No chance to man fight him.
Ngenteni
this early
timing,
in the
ngenteni
game.
timing.
And he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking
Udah,
for.
game pertama
Started a
kasih
little
ke
differently
Extreme
for them,
aja.
but a beautiful pin from XXS.
Oh,
Burst down
Falcon nih,
the Ember,
kita
and
lanjut
puts
match
Ember or
depan.
Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the same play of the Yules, but it would have been
Wih,
an
gila.
entirely
Wah,
different
anjing,
fight.
langsung
The
di all-in, Cok.
execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons
Karena aku
out of
pergi Sultan
The
sih.
whole arena for later
Pergi
on.
ya?
And that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the
Empat
Mars. He
Ursa
got
masuk.
6 cleaves
Sap.
off him. Almost kills XM
Sap.
with that angle. But
Berarti ini Ursa, kamu god strength.
Better
Aku
moment to
ada
jump.
ulti. Damage
I mean, it
reduction.
all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup, right? He can
Well, shot.
play the longer game
enak
because
banget
they're
sih.
up a man in that
Shot.
regard.
Be, akademi
Skeeter forced to do
bareng.
something. XM trying to force a
Lebih
play
tahan
here.
lama.
Stomp misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM.
Paling terbesar gitu shot
Falcons
wi. Nera tuku
go back to
akademi.
their side of the jungle despite the loss in that mid
Tapi nek
lane.
melu aman meneh tuku BKB
Not
sih.
that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. We're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will
Let's
do the
fucking
same, not to
go,
smoke,
nigga.
but trying to defend their territory.
Oke,
The
satu dari
basher,
situ. Tormentor.
freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight.
Tormentor.
Could be
Udah gedein kah?
super pivotal at
Menit-
locking down
menit
these mobile
20.
cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now
Wih, lu.
spot snaking. And it'll
Nah.
just see if they can blow him up with the break.
Nggak
It'll make it
mati.
a little bit easier, but
Mati.
the heals, man. They
Buset.
can't
Cira
down.
mati.
They just use so many spells and
Cira
didn't
mati.
claim the fight position. They
Itu
went
Ursa,
back to the
itu
stop, though.
Ursa.
And a pin off of it. They're going to jump in.
Wih.
They go to the kill.
Nice. Kecepet aja
Amar
Ember
does what he
Ember itu.
can, but again, the
Ember
Rolling
nggak
Thunder is just
dia
not
dibolehin
enough
main.
to save the legacy, buddy. He's got the Ulcer
Kok jadi
advantage.
Pangolier
XXS
temannya,
trying to
no?
stop these kisses, a blink away. And he does manage to prevent any losses.
Ember
there.
rati
Falcons,
into
they'll
main
retreat as
tuh.
4. And Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Pokoknya
Such
mau gue
strong early
TK
item timings from
kamera
XG.
main anjir.
And XXS finding the spears
Angel.
time and time again just sets everything up in
Ya,
this
tapi
fight. All
maybe
Arena's
aneh,
not been
Cok.
able to play a single
TK
fight
apa sih Ember
other than
sih?
him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan
Oh,
gets you. He
PKP
can throw the
sih,
spirit
PKP.
out, he can wait for a
Shot.
slight, and then he's going to
Akadim.
force you to remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that
Tapi
stomp.
nek medo eul
Very little to
kabeh
bail you
nolih
out of that
fire.
situation. It's an annoying spell for Maureen to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight.
Kaya. Kaya dan
Mars the
sana.
most farmed hero here for Falcons.
Eh,
He's
kok
having
jadi
quite a
kayak
good
kaya
game.
sange.
Just just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Cita-cita.
Cita-citaku menjadi soft tech agar ku bisa
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it. Thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. It's not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls off in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these Spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump you throw in and you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for Slight Chains Kisses to get guaranteed kills. But we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13k now.
Also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down.
Salah satu orang terkaya di dunia ini, incredible.
Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Maureen.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save in this lineup. At least you have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights, Enchantress with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on the Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons want to use it.
And if they can get a pick off right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find the kill, though, as Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their tier 2 connections with their smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice core item time to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive roast. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around, though, okay, we do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off-lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where
so
the feels amazing.
Really massive. They can catch up, but there's a same similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're going to have BKB cores on both sides.
X-Nova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got to finish BKB. They got the double obs without anybody being punished on that. That's a huge win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let them go down for free. You have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The smoke is going to break on the low ground. Snake King making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice shields though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snake King, but synchronized, you'll say for Extreme Gaming.
Use their last word up here. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry, very smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcons' ward spots very well.
They have no obs left. This is brutal for them.
And Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar though, so another peak for Falcons, perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
Who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. You lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Already found.
Got
pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodged away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. Flying out to X-Nova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. Almost level 20 on Zen. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split pusher hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
That's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the bit. And it feels like they just have to. Snake King is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a side where they can play off of buybacks in their outpost.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good.
Levelnya langsung dimenang GB, anu, skitter anjing.
XG could have been more aggressive.
Mau menang level loh, ambil.
Apa jenenge?
Like you said, that Roche going to the other side.
Wisdom rune.
Wisdom. Especially if Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here, and you just can't man up for this as Ame. It's way too terrifying.
Oh, no.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn.
Ketiga Abyssal, Aghanim, Nera Nullifier.
He didn't spot the ward. XXS saw a sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. As you said, Malrine, best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm he's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes, you can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? Not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Roche is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup.
Yeah.
Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. They're working with less map control right now, which is great for Malrine. It means he gets to push these side lanes in deep, gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. He's enjoying life right now.
BKB.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcons. The Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly X-Nova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator. It snuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess Jin-Q said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helma Dom Hoodwink, are you serious, man?
This is probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue it for the Mars. A lot of these lane laners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the Helm on the lane. But a second item, Hoodwink Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen
it. You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme.
Kita tunggu bang.
Amar metu langsung diulti.
He's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again. This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who's currently XM, just about to finish up BKB.
Buset leh. Buset. Mati dong gue. Buset.
Buset.
Bisa di-cancel.
Does Extreme realize this?
Di-cancel kena ulti ning anu, X-Nova.
Keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of
mati bareng.
His far side, he saw it coming the entire way, an Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Another D-Ward is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and satanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from XM. He just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for X-Nova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules.
And these Yules can become Wind Wakers
way later in this game.
Yeah, sure.
That's the nice thing about them, and the Wind Waker's amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried though, even though the Sven has died.
Wah, saya temeh dadi san.
In particular, yesterday we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snake King, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
Chan kemproh, cuk. VST, Chan terus anjing.
If Ame's there, it's a quick pick.
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snake. You know, make him think he can die, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative network play.
BKB done for XM. So the next time,
minimal di silent lah.
He can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade. No! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier 2. But Extreme intense with the pace of game as it is. They're going to move to the other side. Never mind. They're going to go. They're baiting out XM right now.
They want blood right now. Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. Huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit the right in time as they look for a play. But the other team recognizes it, and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs.
Emang nopo to biar Cina? Nopo to pip?
Nopo biar Rasku ya, nopo biar Rasku.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snake King. Big
Wah, wis tadi.
Jika.
This is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, got the vision. Onto the Pango. And the Splitter's on top of it. With so much magic damage, he is burst down.
Shard stop in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision.
Yeah,
that's all it takes for you to get insta jump from the Hex.
Hah?
Gue lagi main.
What do you do with this pickoff?
Main
What
apa?
do Falcons try and do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skeeter.
XXS still has BKB.
Woi, menjadi cowboy.
Mati cuy.
Anjir mulai cok. Mana Bang Ursa? Mana Bang Ursa?
Ini main apa RDR aja lah.
Wah.
Akhirnya mati.
Gua ajarin nanti di sini betapa ini kerasnya dunia aja.
Tidak perlu saya masih muda untuk ngerasa itu.
Betapa kerasnya meja judi, Bang.
Betapa kerasnya meja judi juga anjing ke depan orang ini, cok. Babang waktu zaman judi, cok. Gak ada judi emang babang duit, cok.
Puji Tuhan kau masih sadar tentang itu.
Hah? Aku mah dari dulu nggak setuju deh, cok. Mereka ini jauh dipaksa aku cok main judi anjing.
Allah.
Mandul kere.
Iya, gue sih mandul.
Kowe itu.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titans can give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two.
Oh my god, I feel
because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it.
Ayo, Delta Force.
Santai, gimana sih?
Some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has
Ya udah, iya.
GQ mega farm now.
Kapan Delta Force?
Kapan?
I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere.
Gua masih 60 giga, Bang.
The Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the
You're trying to throw this on Ame or XL, maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped. That Sven stun could be a huge deal, but it's a very expensive investment to look
Reflect.
I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yules during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that.
Skill 1, skill 2 langsung
could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes
Kine Amera menang sih, kasihan sih gua sih.
To me, if the
gak habis pikir aku coba deh gue sanjo anjing.
Kata gua mah keluar dari tim Cina.
Rasis
bahasa Inggris.
Rasis itu bang Cina bang, emang kalian ada masalah apa sama Cina bang?
Wongnya lo Cina sih itu, mau terhalang bahasa atau cowok. Oh jago anjing.
If you get to a satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to
Kalau ngomong
scale,
tahu nih malu, tahu nih pa.
At some point, that longer fight
Tidak sopan.
could still work for
Oh iya,
the
gak sopan.
Sorry. Kan jauh di malu kan artinya kan terima kasih.
China number one.
Anjir. Siapa yang ngajarin kau itu terima kasih?
Rapip yang
A pick off there could have led to control the Roshan pit.
Yeah.
A swift blink
Mana sih
Ame
posisinya?
Ursa.
So farmed. All he needs is that level 2.
Gak sih, makasih saudara tuh sia-sia nggak sih sia-sia?
Iya.
Saudara terima kasih.
Ya sia-sia kan. Nah, kalau yang sia-sia itu yang ngajarin temanku.
Kabarin, Bang.
Ada lah, Rain ki kontol ya.
Loh. So ya, sengaja diburu.
Oh yeah.
Kalau ya pernah mengajari yang hal-hal negatif so.
God damn it, son of bitch.
Jago gue.
Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's gonna be A on disc for X.
And I saw the
Jump by the Sven, he assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
TP 3 titik.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps
Gak
the
tahu lah,
and
gak
he
tahu.
can't kill them.
Gue cuma nampak, gue nampak characternya cantik, jadi gue ambil.
Damn it, son of
You're gonna
bitch.
throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's gonna hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Oh shit!
And he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Eontis. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcon, but XM holds off on putting the Eontis together. Had to be away of Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM,
ultine iso nge-skill G anjing.
the balls did not put that Eontis together when you're being set up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price there.
And they have damage for a Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan.
Cepatkan bayar bang, cepatkan bayar bang.
I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try it. Malray, he
my
jumps
God.
over street. And
Ah, damn it.
Here comes that spear. But the Sven, with the amp damage, where is he?
6 detik. 6 detik gak ngapain.
Wih, sedih kah?
Blink.
Mati loh, Kyo bener loh.
Ini mas jadi ini. Kurang masih mati sih, keren sih.
GG sih,
Next sih, GG next sih.
GG next sih.
Amar.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Emperor Spirit.
Pokoknya salah City wih.
From XXS. This guy's control has been on point this
Aku lali nganti duel nganu kucuk. Pancingan kucuk.
Team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just
mancing.
insane. Malray, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game 1, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it, and we may see if Extreme have answers to it. But first, they have to close out this game 1 to make that happen. And they may have a big lead. 9,000 net worth. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis.
Yang tuku Orchid siapa, Cuk?
Falcons are known to be able to stall
Kan
out
Ki tuku ini kan.
games.
Lah ya Orchid siapa sing tuku Orchid?
XXS. He's landed
Okay.
a number of initiations. They'll find
langsung
another one.
hilang.
Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where
Bokong kancil
Falcons
ketol
will not
titik
have
langsung
all their heroes
dilompati
alive.
Marsit.
So much gold
Oh,
for
Ki OP
XG.
ora Orchid loh.
They can start buying up some
Nganu nih
luxury
paling
items now.
si
There's the reverse
Hoodwink.
for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Malray's life is just not getting any easier.
No,
It didn't
mau
start
langsung
easy in
Orchid.
this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting
Oh, no.
better. There's
Mau
so
Ame
much
di
control
kayak
for him
Orchid.
to play through, and this is kind of the
Oh my
downside of
God,
Edward.
Ame di
Doesn't
kayak
pack
Orchid.
a big enough punch to
Eh,
go
kok
and be
Orchid
a
Lincoln?
threat during
Son of
Lincoln kok
So
Orchid
you have to
tuh
win the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control.
Salah,
and nobody is
salah.
challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done
Siap
as well.
salah.
How do you kill this guy?
Kalau ke dhisik ngono apa?
Kinda does. You're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because
Aku loh
killing him
siap
is gonna take some sort of
membantai
initiation, and I
Sunago.
don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice.
Dibantai so nang meja judi so.
I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But he has
Rolling
Ag.
Thunder, Blink
Network
initiation.
beda
But
8.000.
You cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and range off. You have no silences to prevent it.
9.000 sekarang.
Weh,
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis XG. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset,
oh
and
my God.
high
God
ground
damn
defense
it.
is the best
Sort of
possible
bitch.
place to make a play like
Kok
that.
goku ya?
Especially if you can abuse buybacks.
Sampai attack range.
It's one way to try and force that
Okay.
team to win. They do not have a lot
Nganu
available
saka
right now. It's
talent nih
only
toh,
that
talent.
Ember Spirit. Sometimes
Best
it's
Eh
enough
kok
to
talent
high ground
apa
positioning.
nganu iki lho.
Ideally, you make a jump on
Nge-craft
somebody,
nganu lho.
you take them down, you reset,
State,
and then
state.
this Pango can control
State
a
siapa?
little bit with the
Ya kan ini sampai stat kan.
The Axe rolls going through.
Lah kan ono pilihan nganu, gak
It's kind of your
ke
hope right now that
range,
ATF has a
at range.
monster team fight.
Supaya temen kan yo nambahin sebenarnya kan. Udah ya.
sing
Eh,
bawah
nasi.
aku lali.
Kita deh.
Apa tuh mau?
He said luxury items were
Itemnya saya
coming in.
nambah, kilo
They're
ada
here for
papat.
a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the hoodwink,
Sumpah,
which is
Cok.
not required for
Tindoknya main anjir.
Enchantress kill. No problem killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's gonna make a jump. Gets up in range on Ame.
Ada
Skeeter
udah
got
ganim,
that
udah
much
ganim.
out of him. But
Distun pencet ulti langsung
But you
hilang
still wanna be
stunnya.
able to play
Langsung diwale. Langsung diwale. Ngeri.
And what are you gonna do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're gonna have to
Hex
pull
lu.
through this fight for you. You
Begini ya
buy back
tuh
on the
Hex
spend,
lu.
but he won't have the
Anjing
god
gede
strength.
banget su.
They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodged out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a wake up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice fan from the low ground from XXS. Buybacks being used from Falcons from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a hoodwink at best. They took out roadkill. That's all.
Tapi
orang bingkai.
Triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you got
Magnifying Monocle, Magnifying Monocle. Cast range, attack range.
First attempt
Increase cast range, be attack range.
3,000 damage.
Tapi for nganu, melee and range thing ya, bener nih.
You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too
Tambah
much of a
stat
menace
sing
right
kuwi
now.
anjir
You
iki
need more
urusannya
sustain,
cok.
you need more damage.
Sing apa
There's
kuwi?
another
Attack range
great
anjing.
shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just
Nyakare.
every single one. There's another A
Bukan,
on this
Cok.
for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the arena of blood.
Oh shit.
Take him out of the equation right away. No, and he got
Tendam,
this.
tendam pribadi.
Where is he gonna throw up this arena?
Tendam
He's
rib
way
tapi
out.
langsung
Kita tunggu PKP-nya. Nah.
Soon, now he's got it for the side. Then the spear.
Santai Bang Ame.
Wes GG.
Nice anjing. Nice anjing.
GG next, wes Raiso, GG.
Falcons crumbling. No
Iki mati
answer
loro GG,
for
mati
Ame
loro GG.
and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. They still finding more. He first gets a snake, no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can. And they're chasing after the Ember Spear on the same side. Support.
Wes
Taking
GG.
out the Ember Spear.
Ayo GG, mana GG-nya?
Man fighting the Falcons mid.
Grand final is
Back up
no
from
GG
Jinju,
bro.
that's a free
That-
kill. Maureen did not expect the damage, but there's that
Raiso
magic
anjing.
combination. Yep,
Lah,
just
iki
so
lho,
nasty when he's
masalah.
on top of you.
Harga
Now Ame,
diri.
he gets a free trip to the high
Oh,
ground.
Speedo
Says, thanks for the
selewan.
setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going,
Orang
I
pertama.
can't go all these ways.
Ame.
Extreme Gaming,
Koh,
they're gonna get
koh.
Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do
Mete
have some
peras itu.
backdoor protection
Mete
on,
peras itu.
but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered.
Le,
Unless Amar can get there
mengakat,
with the Rolling Thunder.
mengakat.
Di cover
He's not popping. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by
Terus
XM.
betul ras itu.
Now he has the Rolling
TP.
Thunder.
Rado TP ting.
See if he can kill him with
Rolling
replay. They
Thunder.
pop
Oi!
the Glip. They pop the Sonic Wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes a split
Anjir,
play.
licin
A
banget,
swift
Wok.
retreat. Did he
Pinter
just buy
anjing.
Falcons the time they needed?
Tapi
Backdoor
Grip
should
mau
come up here.
posisi.
Glip goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on this mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can
XG.
Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're gonna try.
Tangannya cepet banget. Tangannya cepet banget anjing.
Bahkan spektatornya we kaget anjing.
How much time you
Kok Isus
buy.
lompat.
Ame. He seems to be
Lompat ke langsung
eternal
wes
at this
ngeabis
point in
outlet lu.
time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Anjing.
Or take the
Or
easier
not.
road, you know, go get that bottom lane in, free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas
Sepatu
very
ini
shortly,
didol
but they
gede
know
satan
that's a
iki.
dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for
Padahal
him.
tak
All
meraih
right.
sepatu.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered from
Sana
the
Swift
Mango,
bling
does
up.
have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons.
Last
they
fight
did
bro,
their
last
shenanigans.
word.
Last
But the
word.
backdoor protection is going to go
Tapi
down
tetap kalah
again
anjing.
unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill
Oh
him.
butterfly ora satani.
This is going to be Megas.
Nek tak dulu
Trying to get something out of him. Even a BKB. There goes the Rolling Thunder. There
Beberapa
goes the
item
range over the BKB.
langsung
Turn around.
play.
Peter. He's got to run.
Apa?
He's pushed back.
Hilang GG. Wes.
Sveni.
Wes Raiso.
Oh.
Raiso GG.
Ini tuh Raiso gebuk sama sekali sumpah.
shot coming in.
Wis ra gigi.
Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to
Angel banget
close
itu.
out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
Mau gue ngomong apa kok?
Confident game 1 victory.
Jadi item iki langsung
Misalkan
ada.
Medusagi mau ya, Medusagi bermata langsung butterfly. Mau Medusane.
Ngalah gini bro, gua bro.
Tapi nek Ursa kan tak
Terus
wajib
TA Deso
Desone didol nek late game Deso didol
ganti stick nan.
iso langsung butterfly.
Ora mau TA-ne butterfly terakhir. Desone didol ganti butterfly. Pokoknya TA iki pattern iki apa jenenge? Ber Dragon Lance, Desolator, Blink, Barno nganu, tuku sharp.
Langsung silent.
Bantu silent. Ber sharp, Barno nganu. Bias nek apa butuh damage nek misale musuh ra ono sing ngemis-ngemis. Data loose. Ber data loose. Nek cek ra ono sing ngemis-ngemis rasa MKB nganu apa butterfly.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard.
Tapi nek butuh MKB C. Oh, blingnya di dadi Swift Bling. Barno Desolator dol ganti butterfly. Nek TA.
Siapapun yang menang gua tetap gak dapat Arcana pantai.
Aku lu malah lali ngepredik anjing.
Aku predik salah su. Mbak asu.
Tundra liquid anjing.
Nek Tundra aku expect soalnya yo Rano Whitemon kan. Ini yo emang rada kurang menurutku. Team Spirit, Liquid, anjing, expect su. Tak lolos playoff.
Nggak lagi lo, war lo. Beros langsung war anjir.
Dan tak mati XME lu anjing. Jadi kita kan nganu di disable di nganu nih. NDC di disable. Jadi Denen garek nge-unlock we pas ketemu garis sini Denen unlock langsung anu.
Span lo sakit banget aing ngoyak aing. Lah ono nyelda.
Nah iki lho. Ngejaki wong telu tes langsung BKG mundur kabeh.
Kita tunggu BKB selesai hack. Sap.
Disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save him onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame
semoga game cepat reverse sweep lah.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push the silence out.
Neng game 5 nganti jam 2 untuk kontol. Dengan siapa di sana? Aduh.
What? Black. Oh my god, I'm watching this, bro.
A lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can actually stabilize the early game to get
After this tourney, bro.
Maybe 31-11.
Jam 2, bro.
Marda.
Execution of the spells from
Jam 2.
impeccable.
After this, bro.
And opening up the fight. Like, everything XG does is based on the mid.
Guys, Alfi gas gua gas.
How can Falcons try and change up the pace, not allow them to cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it was in first pick Mars. They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to
emang seru aja kita sedang seru-serunya wak.
Grand final.
Ada abang.
Popo.
Yeah, and you pointed out it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that this series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they are around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top-level D-warding from both teams here. You have Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They D-ward them again. Now, because this D-ward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap, they're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to D-ward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes, you have another Roche off. You have a fourth D-ward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first stages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kedge's pit, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute, and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, able to utilize the vision that they place, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like the map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes. But we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team, and that really helped ensure that lane stage disadvantage Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Neng Jawa Barat ya, neng Jawa Barat ya.
Indeed, and of course both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2.
Lali koncoku pas ke apa aku lali. Tapi nek balik koncoku mesti nganu kok.
And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game for Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like they have their
Mangat
momentum
bengi apa
from their
mangat
losing win
awan,
yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up.
Junior.
If you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know two people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Executive. Good.
Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator on any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I've got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
It'd be like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
For everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the Bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
PP, Battle Fury.
Will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Sing Tinker carry tim apa?
Turbo mode.
Satanic.
Satanic.
Paravision. Pas kay.
It could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our
Pas game lawan
choices?
Soko yo.
The choices
Lali
are
aku.
sound, my lord. And thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual.
Oh, ning fase grup, fase grup.
Any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
Lawan siapa yo?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the international, but many more things might still happen.
Paravision lawan Heroic fase
So
grup.
keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's gonna be hell out
Nggak main
there.
nonton.
Nanti
Or
saja.
happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm
Oh, yo tahu
winning
pas
your
nganu.
things. That's how it goes, team.
Pas Paravision lawan Nikma yo tahu.
So naive. And so you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
Neng fase grup.
That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was gonna put you down and bring you back up.
No,
Pas
we're good.
lawan Tidepun pun yo tahu, cuman kalah.
That first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to Gov. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulson fell ill, and X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a grand finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes. He used the shard like really well. Other teams, you just see they stop and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pancake,
oh my
he went
god,
on top of them, he used all the armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately. And we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. And I say that, it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneaky.
A little. It was like,
play.
why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
1.
1's acceptable. 3, 4, 5. Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the grand finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row. And then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Cold. The other grand finals that Ame lost, he won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first we play, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the grand finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again. 5-game nail biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them you finished top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this grand finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game Malrine having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with
3-0, kosongnya dicoret 3-1.
And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned. Like, they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Okay. Game 2.
Extreme Gaming Grand
Dimulai.
Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons Radiant, Extreme Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming.
Marse malah dipen be Falcon lo, anjing.
Beastmaster, as kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons.
Langsung Enchantress, anjing.
For this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars Chiefs, but they've just put total respect on XXS's
Gyro Weaver.
They take out a Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Marine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So, interesting enough, Marine will have to think about a new hero once again, but he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snape will rotate so early to play with Malrine. This just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair.
Malah
Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't like... He hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look
Snapfire pasti dipakai.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once of it, don't go away from it.
Mungkin Snapfire tinggu
At
anjing.
the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important.
Bani iso, cuk. Bani ucul anjing.
So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links well with.
Bani ini nembe diomongin Tikpen anjing.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was gonna happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane
Hoodwing, milih Hoodwing. Tapi Extreme Gaming sok dong 5 nganu. Snapfire 5 sok dong. Tapi kok luwih milih
and we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG.
Oh, Elder meneh.
Picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for, but once again, this Elder time, 5 games, 100% rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much.
Snapfire itu cukup Falcon no.
It's the same
Snapfire
from
anjing.
XG. They owned with it in game 1, you take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have.
Oh,
but it would be a nice
mid primal beast
lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put XM, it doesn't put Malrine in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malrine, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves will pull them into waves and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here.
Ringmaster lair.
Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're gonna show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. X and Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal.
Aku nge-lag. Kerja bagus.
Aku Jawa.
And Malrine is
Niga, let's go bro.
Ya kae lo, ora gelem jare.
Apa-apa troll.
Paket lo saya dhuwur su.
Piro?
30. Main lo patah-patah.
Mbak ping lo dhuwur ping.
Coba saya.
Coba saya talo.
Mau main su, ra iso su. Playable yo.
He doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game.
Main wildcard tuh ya.
Aneh tipen. Bisa ngantar PP. Aku mau main wildcard kan itu.
Every game possible, good or bad, to have it.
TB
elek,
tapi matinnya piye kuwi terusnya TB.
Ayo, elek. Beng anu bareng toh, armore anu kan gede banget anjir. Yang skill E, sopo si Primal Beast.
Menurutmu
apa sih?
Dio,
oh my god bro, 2025 bro.
Yes.
Umur 20-an bro, masih di home bro. It's crazy, it's crazy.
Internet kalau apik timbang kowe, aku yakin sih.
Aku lebih respect karo IndiHome daripada MNC Dogshit bro.
Enggak respect banget
nih yo. MNC
lah
cilit. Garlit.
Kalau munggah diamang enggak MNC.
Alah berkeke medun platinum yo MNC.
Ora sangat dikompet loro IndiHome cok.
Ora nyalahke. Padahal guru-guru kowe dhewe medun.
Enggak gitu weh.
Bro, I'm business bro.
Oh shit.
Ra iso nyalahke nih, ra iso nyalahke.
Oh shit. Klings. Oh.
There's
oh
no
my
doubt
god,
in their mind.
Toba.
We've seen Arme with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very good.
And he's the nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick because
nothing lasts forever.
Ame will crown it today. King crown it today.
Amar the final. Anjay botak.
Ini apa sih yang muncul? Troll tapi nek ketemu Kling angel. Iso tingano.
Jadi kocek.
AM kok Kling tetap tuku Orchid.
Tuku Hex asih mending nih AM aja.
Apa tuh?
Buset. Nonton gameku pas main turbo.
30, paket los 30.
Apa?
Falcon. Areanya hampir tidak ada.
Oh,
Marlin, Primal Beast, ultine Ringmaster. Ultine nganu?
Amar ya hitungannya
Ringmaster.
I think normally when you play against heroes, as the game progresses, become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable. A 5-man can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage. You end the game before they're too strong. And that's another way to play into these Pucks and these storms. So if Puck is stronger early game, this really works. And
Restart router.
His comfort heroes,
Aku
he can also just go Radiance, Blink.
XM Pak.
Aku wis ngerti alasannya nopo nge-lag.
Terus sebelah ono.
Masa iki jone nek sebelah kanan iki areane iso go nge-clear iso go well.
Bro, Apex bro.
Nek sebelah kiri go nge-clear. Kurang.
Yo nge-clear Primal Beast be Amar to.
Lah yo kurang. Masa koyo kowe iki kudu nyedak creeping lho.
Iya.
Iya.
XG win sih. Nah, skopikan menurutku.
Tapi Beastmaster ra iso ngulti Abaddon, mung iso ngulti liyane. Soalnya nek mastering ulti Abaddon tinggal pencet ulti langsung hilang. Kayak ultine kuwi, sapa jenenge? Ursa.
For XG, it's about survival, Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Flax.
Absolutely, ladies and
Bro,
gentlemen.
game apa ini, bro?
Give Jack some noise. Game 2 coming your way.
Ini ngapa iki? Bro, pangaran anjing.
Coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers. That stamina starts to go down. Teams start to get fatigued. I could make a joke here.
Masuk pirang tahun melu turnamen internasional yo rak mudeng bahasa Inggris anjing bangsat tim-tim Cina iki.
Tak bisa bahasa Inggris.
Ada dia.
瞧你妈的，瞧你妈的。
绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，
洗
但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Who the fuck are you?
Let's just wash your face.
Hey, fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? Last question for
Let's go, Kokoh Ame, let's go.
Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中，
那操你妈的！
队伍 PV 选了大牛。 你们已经
他妈加兵啊！
使用大牛的队伍，你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
阿比就。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming
and
Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now, you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players for this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stun or earth splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. Really nice Falcons are going to have to address through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with. Also mid laners that are really mobile. CT can suffer with direct knockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1 though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from the
It really does go to show how amazing
a player X-Nova is. He wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that serigala ngono kan serigala no alpha lah. Alpha iki biasane sing anu rajane sing memerintah.
So effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of base heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going higher at that 25-30 minute mark. Particularly with this bad pick for Skeeter. Couple options in that last slot.
Mati dong. Strut.
Are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill not enough, and X-Nova gets the kill.
Wah, kita tengok Latgam.
Latgam ya, latgam.
Pistol Tiger ora duwe tangos.
This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game one, where we saw very early on. It was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
That first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly.
2021 era 22 sing rano. Pas Covid. Pas puncak-puncaknya Covid ki sing rano.
Ono.
2001 ono nih.
2022 ono. 2023 ono.
Ora masa 2021 apa 2022 sih sing tim Spirit?
2021 Mbak Ame loh juara loro, 2022 juara 5 sampai 6.
Sing TI-ne ra ono penonton ya anjing.
Ya mergo nganu. Covid.
He's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. Xnova can challenge, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of
2023 ono, Cok. Ono TI.
Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane.
2021 ono. Oh 2020 sing rano TI.
Iyalah.
Pas Covid, puncak-puncaknya Covid. 2021 dionoke tapi ra entuk ono penonton. Nah, mulai 2022 wis entuk ono penonton.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't
2021 sing menang Team Spirit. 22 sing menang
Let's cut between the mid-tier 2 and
Sopo jenenge?
at the same time.
It's interesting they
Tundra.
dire jungle ward, almost
Yeah,
expecting
kan?
these primal rotations through that jungle.
Aku lali.
It's a move Maureen would have committed to, but just
21
getting vision on him helps
Spirit,
play the
22 Tundra itu.
expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Maureen, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that
Yo.
level 6 first.
2021 Spirit. 2022 Tundra, 2023 Spirit, 2024 Liquid. Dan ini 2025 akan Extreme Gaming. Kokoh Ame. Buktikan kalau kamu bukanlah raja tanpa mahkota.
Raja Jawa. Jawa lo keren
into the Primal Beast. Okay, that is a bold move because this Primal Beast.
Ya kuwi nek sakjane nek Whitemon apa jenenge melu TI terus Tundra menang. Whitemon jadi raja Jawa.
Emang Jawa.
Ono cu. Whitemon ono keturunan
Jawa nih Surabaya.
Iya segini ya.
Kayak gede banget anjir, kayak anu, apa primal. Kayak nek diukut kayak kita enak ngono. Tarik apa seneng isor lho.
It was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Maureen's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress. As Xnova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but
Lengku Tenen tahu ngomong kok, Tenen ono keturunan Jawa nih, lali aku.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to replay it at the right time for another stack.
Oh shit.
Bottom lane though is being pressured heavily. They're just gonna run over Xingqiu and set up for
Langsung diberapot,
Wisdom Shrine. That's gonna be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
perfect move from Maureen. At the exact point in this game you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up. Double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game. With Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success.
Pokoknya ini rasa lagi Mbahne iki sing Mbahne combo ne iki sing mbuh apa sing lanang apa sing wedok pokoknya sing siji Cina sing siji Jawa. Jadi nek Denen menang TI Denen dadi raja Jawa. Sailingku ya kuwi ya.
Raja Jawa Selatan.
losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit.
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here.
635.
It's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Nggak bisa dong. Nek ono kuwi iso di-break. Urung ono ulti.
They can just hold him here long enough that
the puck around.
Yo nek ono iki. Nek iki iso, nek iki iso. Nek
kayak Raiso. Mantap banget anjing.
The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. Puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low, we'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game.
Tentu saja.
Back to Falcon's MO, right?
Dominator.
Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tankability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake King can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on the XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps.
Jadi kristalis, jadi Orbitnya jadi kayak Bruton, Barno nulli fire.
This is all information that Malrine can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him, just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Mati dong, X-Nova.
X-Nova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers
TP
into
ulti.
the Dazzle Goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one. So his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear.
Nek TP iso di
Falcons
cancel.
up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in Game 1. They're getting it in Game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane.
Bingung Jo, farming pilar agama.
First item Lotus going to be a little early.
Ame bingung. Main farming ning di.
Di-kill mong kuwi ta anjing.
Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to win it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. And XG still looking for the support ults here, man.
Ame lo bingung. Dan farming ning di.
They simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xingqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, make these go on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling of your tri-core here. Especially if you can biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast Blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have.
Oh,
Another skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Gua mau ini aja lah.
Oh ya.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. Another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune playing Primal Beast smoking at you all? Anybody is prepared for that. I mean, this is where Maureen can break the game.
Namanya juga ini bang, Sange bang.
Backs away, but they know where
Kendele itu langsung melompat su.
Isu mati lagi. Isu mati lagi. Mati. Ulti langsung. Kena hipnotis. Pak Obe.
Lorok banget ya. Anjir langsung telo, langsung tuh.
Yo pak yo bu ya kok ngono.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting a mid-tier 2, or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. But a Hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land the stone. With all the setup.
ATF, he gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27%
langsung Lotus biar tidak bisa tiror.
What is that?
This is
anjing first item Lotus. Mana aspect.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG.
Bang, gacoan gua kok miskin gini bang.
XG.
Gacoan
Gak dapat tempat farming bang.
Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is
angel
not the
banget
man.
anjing
Not
itu.
even close. Not even
Raiso
close.
iki kata
Dua item
tuh.
Angel. Kayak ekstrim angel gitu.
Tapi late game menang ekstrim sih.
Snake just controlling so much of this mid area.
Boy, ora mesti.
Just gotta play for your Beastmaster.
Angel lagi.
So on Ame, try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the shard later on where you can bypass that untouchable. But for now, simply not a solution. And results, Falcons.
Berarti kita extreme coming.
They've got full control of this game. We're just running around picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting them and just running away.
Salah tiga.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this is bad. He's been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute
efek radiannya apik banget anjing.
Going into Manta, he will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map.
Kayak kena cahaya ilahi anjing.
It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking now bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into. You cannot prevent the
yakin main nge-geng Abaddon.
Oh, ora di ulti kok.
Ora coba ulti.
Ora. Iso ini lah.
Wis nganu, wis paham. Primal bisa tak kok.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid-tier 2 is being pushed. Top-tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is
langsung dicupo di... Oh, skill emang di nganu siji.
Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the
Pinter
game.
anjing.
And get absolutely nothing
Anjing, next level play. Emang di sisake siji anjing.
This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present
kita balas di match selanjutnya.
You want to go on this bristle?
Very extreme gaming.
You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon. The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game two so much different than game 1? Because last time Ame was just able to play his own game. It has nothing really to do with carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars.
Ini ngenteni Beastmaster-e duwe blink iki
wis
farme mong gawe Ame tok wi. Tapi agak nimse yo Beastmaster-e yo.
Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker, and all these small things add up immensely. In the highest pressure situation, the map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late, teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
And it's a trend. You want to play for the scale, that's what's going to make you feel
ngajari Pak Yani
Pantesan
but you risk getting one over. You are going to sacrifice some of your lane. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s.
Kalau mancing ulat Pak.
Kalau sopan santun, sopan
santun. Kalau aneh kok cara lagi nih, dapat sopan santun. Kan anak sopo kowe, kan anak sopo kowe.
Ngajarin ayo wong
Kan anak sopo kowe. Ora aso. Tinggi di kowe nya tidak bener.
Kan anak sopo
jadi aslinya kan nemu ponit.
Items are just way too fast.
Aslinya kowe diale-ale to. Dia gosok ale-ale.
That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep.
Pinter. Clear TP.
Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing a flat line a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control.
Anjing dicolong.
Dolanan sekali.
200 kali.
200 kali. Rasa anjir. Mentok saya kata.
I don't even know
gue juga mau ngasilin leverage dulu lah.
With Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we gotta pause right.
Jangan mentok kanan.
If I'm crit, I'm like, yo, where
bang, dia ngecit bang.
From right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? And just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristol or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the mission control like we saw XG do.
Sudah dulu bang.
Choke them out on the map. Threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those.
Bisa 100% anjing mau cok.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke, so they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid. Just so hard to get the lane control. Axe will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up, right? Between the puck and the clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here.
Gimana ini ler?
Buset, langsung terjun ya.
Tim andalanku masuk kalah ning tim loro ler.
Nah, gara-gara mbak andal lagi makan kalah.
Nah, ler.
Aku
ya ora andalanku sih.
Pas 88%.
You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder like
ora andalanku sih ler. Maksudnya berharap menang wae, tapi aku ora.
Karbitan pantas kalah.
Ora karbitan tuh, iki toh. Carry nih tim iki. Iki Denen iki wis 3 kali gagal juara ler, mesake ler. Mbok yo. Tiga ibasan
kurang berusaha.
Timnya sekarang cocok ler.
Kurang berusaha is crazy.
Kurang berusaha is crazy.
Kurang berusaha is crazy, bro.
You have to take this fight. Somebody's got to kill this mid wave.
Cowoknya carry tapi pernah nggak carry berarti.
Somebody's got to cut the next wave.
Dene carry dhewean angel ler ning total ler.
The other option is you either
ngomong
concede
gampang
this
sopo.
mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base.
Sekarang ganti
Beastmaster stayed out.
Iki wis grand final su.
Clear him out of the map.
Yo, next
so close to BKB and that would be
really
big upgrade to their team fight potential.
Yang mending ganti tim aja.
Try and roar and kill him here?
Nek, tak ada nih ya. Player Cino ning lagi lah ler. Player Cino ning
bahasa Inggris.
Ora ono sing iso bahasa Inggris ler. Dadi mesti maine ning tim Cino ler. Keplain. Misi ti ono presentasi misi.
Meanwhile, Lamar
makanya mesti player Cino iki mainnya ning Cino tok ler. Ra ono player Cino.
Yo lagi player Cino tim apa? Tim internasional.
Yo saat tim iki Cino kabeh, sak coach-coach satu tim ini.
Iki sing kanan iki isine Cino kabeh.
Kasus ngono kowe.
So much tank ability at this point in the game for the late game. Blink scaling comes online.
Padahal Denen nek misal film
buys one, we'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I'm gonna take your pick.
Ono ketok itu ta.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get a lead like this, we saw the road
Amar.
they are willing to just
Amar Timur Tengah
build up an
Timur Tengah suran.
Doesn't always work out but it usually does.
Ono, tapi iki Denen rapati terkenal, tapi iki ono aku lali jenenge. Oh nganu, Castaway su. Aku Afrika Selatan. Iki BO5 ler, nembe game keloro ler.
Kalah kabeh. Jagoan kalah kabeh.
Mas ada?
Ngawur.
Aku lali lah ini
hitamkan wong-wong ngono kowe.
Castaway lho.
BKB on the Beastmaster, we get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel
senangnya menghitamkan wong-wong.
Crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes.
Nike lho, cekelane pistol kabeh, mana mau.
Remove the escape act presence.
Mana mau main Dota.
Cekelane iki bos sniper.
More confidently single target focus and go down with nullifier plus.
Cekelane sheriff su.
I mean, you stop the save, but you threaten the hero in the first place.
Wih, loro banget cir. Cepat.
Full stack.
I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill.
Nge-lag admin.
Kowe nge-lag gini, Mas.
Ora, aku ora nge-lag.
Mas Hanif nge-lag su.
Aku ora nge-lag.
Lagging, Bo.
I think it is the Get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through.
Link taker abadon. Oh my god.
Bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Maury. He loves this rush refresher build. Yeah. A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power
dot lollipop ya bos.
Dot lollipop.
They bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster.
Nullifier.
See him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will take grab. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Makso Dominator ora force staff anu ki anjing. Ngerti lawannya BB nganu loh.
Why am I lagging, bro?
All the ults were used. We have left in the tank. No nullifier yet for Ame.
Nice for Ame.
No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcon.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer initiation from Maureen.
Always nullifier.
XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. Is worth pointing out here in case you missed some big spell on him.
Sure.
I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this bucket, and there's your ticket higher.
Ayo, Silta. Download ya aku.
Dia cepet download, aku tinggal
Wes,
play gitu.
aku tinggal pencet.
Wes bar download, mencet download suwe su.
Iya.
Ayo download toh.
Iya live now, Dota 2 internasional.
Kita aku nerak kena TP 1000% aja.
Alah tapi gede banget cok delta anjing. Ojo delta mbaan. Sebenernya 1 giga kan.
Of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want. He tried to go for the
Nice. Tapi ono refresher.
Ora melu lah delta lah. Gede banget aing. Gak punya space. Tidak punya storage lagi muncul.
And now with the break, they go out to the abandon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet.
Piye cara matain ini?
Goes back in with a BKB and a second round. No more to protect him this time.
Ame.
Raiso wong ora ono ilang cok mau cok. Raiso mati aja, Raiso mati aja. Cannot do shit, bro.
Absolutely to the limit. You could and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons' game to win. And if it does, in your XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into Game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Vegas, but Falcons, they can take this, they can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink. Magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup
that
made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Raiso ya? Skill pun Raiso anjir.
Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push
PP ini
into their
beda kelas
base.
sama
They
yang
want to
tadi
contest
sore.
Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they
Tadi
will
sore PP-nya gampang mati.
until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have this significant 5-on-5
mau
advantage.
game
No one.
They
Got
have
no
the
one.
wars
Main
in
one.
this early game. They
Bebas
have
lawan
the tanky
main one.
frontliners that actually have to jump.
Apa?
Just put ATF on the front line and
Pas
dare
lawan
actually
tim
to jump
Menowen.
in.
Beda kelas
Extreme
PP-nya.
definitely going to be put to the test of that bend don't break style.
Wah, snaggingnya wes wes itemnya wes ngono wes
And Ame's just got to keep on running.
Wah, kena.
Dulu lo Ame lo digituin be Enchantress lo belayu su.
Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a
Raisa,
final
anjir.
position. Gets saved by the
Ngelangal
escape
su,
back, plus
ngelangal su,
the
Raisa
robotic
su.
shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Bis tapi wes kalah Nedward tuh.
Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, and 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Mending
So
TB
it
ra
should be a
sih.
killing blow in this game.
Ame, he picked up a Chrysalis, but I mean, it feels like he
TB
needs
so-
Chrysalis and other items to even come close, but
Need a divine rapier at this point.
yeah, he's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally
Bisa
isolated
sustain
because
Lesui,
he can, because even if they could kill him once,
Tapi yang mana,
he's the one with the
nunggu
Aegis,
metanya
and
Sui.
by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us, now we have to reset a little bit. Nah, just let the Bristleback do his thing, man.
And there is Enchantress passing a core. I feel like we would see it at some point in this series with how well Snake King plays the hero.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody.
Mari wis lingkenan.
ATF disconnects. It's definitely
Wis
doable
Lincoln,
here.
wis Lotus, anjing. Meh piye wi.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive,
Rando shit terus.
now what do you
Next,
give
bro.
the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
Kita balas.
Does have buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink with the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
Just a banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
Soalnya anu, apa Primal Beast ki yo.
Whittling it down won't
Hero
cut it,
andalane
though.
Marlin
Extreme,
bareng sih.
they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to
with
wear
this
him
roar.
down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress you can't kill, and there's
Score
an
udah
Abaddon
16
sitting behind
gue.
everybody. The move just does not
Yang
exist.
penting nggak kayak tim Liquid di ML sore ini.
Kenapa?
Amar's just gone back
Tidak
for
ngekill sama
a
sekali tim
36-minute
Liquid ML tadi
playback.
sore. 2 game.
Why not? That's it. I don't know. I mean, is there even any damage going in to reflect?
Kayak meta
Lawannya
Sapian.
Onyx sih.
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And
Lawannya
if he
Onyx
does,
sih, cuman masuk
he'll have the
orang
Blade Mail to respond.
orang game lur ini ra ngekill
I think
blas,
you
Cuk.
just get the Shivas up on Maureen here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
Banget
already here.
Untuk carry ini ya,
Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
the Extreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shiva. Malrain tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up? Or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He might bring the Splitter to actually interrupt him. Ranks in the middle of them, and Malrain takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky, so fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is, if there is no teamfight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
Kontol mau guys ngecek.
As Dota fans, you love to see it. A tie series in the grand finals, meaning we are definitely going to get at least 4 games. And this one, although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Gov. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series.
Buset.
And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and challenge, just the way that they just break this map is so scary. Marine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game.
That is crazy, bro. That is crazy, bro.
The first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Clinks. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Clinks could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrain was off map so often too. So Clinks not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to base, able to go to the shrines. And Malrain, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
Mati loh, kudu gue ursa. Dan iki oponnya itu carry ini kalau pakanan.
Easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, the Skeeter a bad, and this is his type
Can
of
do shit,
bro. He helps Amar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng back to back. Flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcon's train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Eng. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to the next. It's the tier 1 towers are fallen. Marion's ganking the map. When Marion's ganking, you got Crit behind him, more snaking there. You got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that it was 0 pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill on a bad man tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the science, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never
happened
before.
On the main stage and TI Finals?
At TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but the execution wasn't there, but in game 2 they do it nicely, they keep it clean.
Macam mana lagi, Bang?
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups. Because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the wisdom rune battles, but this time giving Falcons a double wisdom rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry claims, could not reach it at all.
Kontol aku wis kadung login LOL bangsat.
Malah mau cek main.
Mau tak cek main, gue ngomongnya.
Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that the Maori, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the
aku lo mau menerima tawaran dasok jeneng weh.
Mau wis tolak asu, mau wis tolak.
Aku ngomongnya ben, Hanik main aku main, aku ngomong orang main. I don't know.
Eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant. Take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent. Don't over waste your resources because Maureen's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Maureen's sacrificing. But because of Maureen going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdom. So everything's getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skidder, that is the recipe to snowballing again.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Keza.
Yeah, because we have to compare, what happened with the net worth and how did, some heroes do against the other. Because I want to highlight Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time like how much damage can the carry actually deal. But we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Klings and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a load of so there's so much pressure on XG, on Ame to try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this Nullifier timing later on. But now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
And that Cling Strike, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. You saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but they would have suffered versus Ringmaster. So XG chalked up to a bad draft.
534 WPW. Wait.
Now we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snake.
WPW. 534.
Thanks, Shiver. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively. But there's other pieces of the puzzle that really together made this game so good for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting crit on a high damage disable lingering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks in the enemy territory. If they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They obviously scared their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snake King continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snake King's space. Now, this might look a little weird. He's running in the enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we got to kill him. So they try to force a gank. He pops heal. 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily. And their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better lane stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes. And everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Maureen rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this. Less than half of the maps, they're getting less resources. And they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is. The Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the ABBA very well either. So their options still kind of limited. And they eventually try to kill the ABBA. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the and as they approach and dive in, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level. Just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid. It's one of the big values of the hero.
Nanti kita reversion sampai dia marah-marah seperti Hanif. Di tengah jalan gua repair bodo amat. Habis mati lagi hidup lagi bang. Ron masih 3 mati sudah 7, tenang aja.
Kupu-kupu Cilacap.
It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Udah apa? Mau menjelok Vandal dari Raiso tau su.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlane, and we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it is time for offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay.
Continue.
I've got Collapse.
That was my other one.
Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah,
in what regard?
It's just he's here and the other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest skill between them at a particular time, and you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being #1 in the offlane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategies all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
I'll spoil it for you now. Collapse is #1, of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained.
No, you just said not even close.
Wait, what's going on? What's going on?
Untung aku juago. Oke, Sar.
He's carrying. Wonder if
mid besar, Allah tuh mid besar.
do anything, set the panel, give him first.
Kena ake.
Sure, we're going to see that come into play a lot today.
Rano sekeno anjing. Keno ake. Ngentot. Keno ake. Rano sing keno anjing.
Mr. 9 class. That's the corrosive haze applied to him, and Whisper takes him out easily, but no one making his way here with that teleportation scroll analog in the little water area. He's kind of hard to kill. The Scatterblast does hit him on the sideline, though, but eventually the Slardar does fall. This can be at the trade of 2 supports for the P-Vision. A lot of times we might have some action here. Roche, boundless strike into the lasso. This is going to be enough damage. Mortimer's Kiss is coming. No one's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get the coil off, but dies right after. It will be a trade, though, for Analog, who died to Roche, apparently. His Wukong's command continues. Yuma has to exit the pit, though. Now the Tombstone going to be taken out inside said pit. Nice right on the bristleback. Satanic gets cookied away. And the Scatterblast applies the Whisper, slow to a crawl. He gets Triceratopsed. And now the pit. I mean, the Roche is not that low.
Wes melek kabeh iku mau lihat tanker carry
If this were a
dulu.
carry Alk and you had 2k gold behind, you'd be happy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
mulai.
Onto the bristleback. Do they have the damage? Satanic is here with the laser. Half HP for Whisper as the Mortimer's Kiss is coming for him. He's just brushing it off as Analog looking to reinitiate. As Whisper looks to be fine. Crush onto Satanic now, but the Roar to counteract this. Slaughter taking a lot of damage as a result. Satanic gets cookied, but the Boundless Strike is there. Wukong's command from Yuma. This is a huge fight for Heroic. They get 2 kills. Attempted TP, not to be there. Double kill for Yuma. 3 for nothing, and Heroic coming out way on top of this fight.
That's big. That is such a key moment for them. Gets a massive injection of...
Whisper. Auction hits. Shivas does not. Meanwhile, Yuma just takes out 9class easily. That's what happens when you give up your whole network. Is you're just food for the enemy carry. TP attempt from Satanic is successful. As Whisper continuing the chase, they're going to be able to find the Beastmaster in the tree line, but they cannot cancel the TP.
Close call.
So 2 supports dead for P-Vision, and that is the end of this fight.
Hang on.
That is a
Catch
coil.
on Slardar.
Analog in a bit of trouble. Laser's going to connect onto 2. 9class with the concoction. The BKB actually gets reflected. The concoction back onto poor 9class. Wukong's command reserved just for him, it seems. Gets harpooned into the arms of Yuma. That is the death of the support, but it's going to be the claim of the Aegis as 9class buys back instantly. So no more Wukong's command. Now in a little bit of precarious spot. Pops the BKB. Attempted TP. The Nightfall maneuver is successful. Meanwhile, Schofield stuck in a pretty tough spot. They're trying to split their efforts to get a little bit greedy. They will be able to claim the Bat Rider. And that's going to drop a gem. So that's a lot of net worth now in favor of P-Vision. They have 2 gems, in fact.
Oh, the chase is on.
Yeah, concoction again reflected, but I thought they might have the resources, but Analog gets the blink off in time.
Valuable here in terms of the chasing potential. Obviously, it's going to help him a ton to get the upgraded blink as well, the arcane blink later.
Well, they tried to go on top of 9class, but
Nice
Whisper
BKB.
now, he's outnumbered. Pops the BKB, took a Roar, will take a coil as well. So 2 ultimates in his face. Laser to follow, and eventually the Bristleback does
Take
drop.
a good fight. They might not be able to really
in the tree line.
so much of
Get the
out of
last
it.
command to follow. DM still pretty healthy overall. They have a lot of backline on the side of P-Vision. Likes the Roar as Yuma in a bit of trouble. Grab ally is going to keep him alive for the time being. Turns into a statue. Now Wukong's command is gone. And he's left to his own devices. BKB pop from Satanic. They will be able to finish up the Monkey King. And this is all in the midst of the death of the Bristleback from earlier. Still 20 seconds to come back.
Yeah, surprised this even turns into a fight. Heroic were looking for trouble. I think probably not exactly the way P-Vision were imagining to get to the stage, but they got there.
Do they have the catch for this? They're going to attempt it. Monkey King already half HP, but the grab ally keeping him alive for the time being. The Roar to counteract this, though. They find the connection, and no one is dead inside the Wukongs. TP attempt, but the Boundless Strike cancels it, so another core likely to fall as P-Vision have to reset because of the Mortimer's Kisses. Satanic just decimating Whisper. Looking to keep DM alive, but somehow stayed alive during this entire engagement. Schofield stuck in a horrible spot. Another laser finds him and puts him into the grave.
You can sneak through this hidden entrance to trigger a combat dungeon. Most players never notice there's a secret dungeon here in Western Waste. You can head through this.
I think Satanic might have done more damage to heroes on his team there than Heroic did almost with those reflected lasers.
I don't think that's going to show up.
But, okay, so
another laser. This is not done yet. 9class kind of up front and personal. As the conjugation's off the deep, going to connect to Satanic. He's going to warp flare to the right side, going to stay alive as a result, and now going to continue with the laser barrage onto Satanic.
He doesn't play carry. So
nope. That's the issue. Boundless Strike opening. No one. Going to brush it off. Yuma, he actually gets clipped by the Scatter Blast. Jumps all over the place. Oh, they spot him at the last moment. The cookie hits. They have the lasso. Try to counteract this completely. Snapfire's going to stay alive, getting healed to a high degree, but the Wukong's command is going to seal his fate. Yuma, though, extremely low. The dodge on the Boundless Strike, so can't heal up. The phase shift keeping no one alive. Trying to take out the Monkey King. Turns into statue again. The last one trying to dodge with the mischief again. The laser and the grab ally keeping the Monkey King alive inside this Wukong's command. Finally drops to the deck. And now the barrage continuing onto the Bristleback, making him less and less tanky with each instance of damage. Attempted Nightfall. Successful. The P-Vision.
Oh yeah, the
They're winning this fight. Yes, that is the issue. Fortification popped as P-Vision. They're only missing one member, and that is the support Alk that has given up his whole net worth. This is likely to be a lane as they have the dragon at their disposal. Question's moving over for 2. 30 seconds for the Monkey King. That looks like a full reset from P-Vision.
Getting off to a good start.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams. There's no one going for the haste rune. Blink out, but the lasso actually reflected. Nullifier applied to him as well. No one's going to get stunned by several members of P-Vision. Actually dies and buys back instantly.
Oh my
Wukong's
god,
command continuing. The rest of the heroes on the outskirts, lasers continuing on to Schofield. He looks to be dead with one more. Down he goes. No buyback for him. As Undying dying solo to no one. As a concoction will not claim another member. So 2 dead for Heroic at the cost of a buyback.
In a vacuum, it's not that bad of a trade for Heroic, but we're sitting on almost 60 armor. Puck has almost 40, but Tinker only 18. So
they spot him. This will be good. And with all that armor, is it going to be enough? No, is dead. No one. Boundless strike, not going to connect for Yuma.
But that was also without Monkey, right? That was the other heroes. So they only had 2 of their hard-hitting boys there. That's a big kill. If this buyback doesn't come out, you get the Roche. And even if it does come out, this is, look how stupidly fast this was.
That's like killing a creep.
That was a 5-second Roche.
Mortimer's. Okay. There's no one going in. It's a shield rune. Shiva's activated. Yuma pops the BKB and brings the Alchemist back into his arms again. Chomps him.
Okay.
So 2.
No, you want to have X so that when Tinker lasers you, he lasers more of his teammates, right? They're doing so much damage reflection with this.
They're going to find the connection. There's the BKB pop from the Slardar, though. Coil onto 2. Mortimer's again from afar. Grab ally. Try to take down this 2.
Main nge-pick maksudnya.
Klings, you know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill him regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't slow.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Kurang munggah Siti.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 3.
For the 3rd game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get 2nd pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King and the Sand King, but they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so the teams prefer the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Eng. The next most played hero from Snake King is the Pugner. You give yourself the first pick Shadow Demon. You're quite happy about this. And I will say if there's one guy that knows how to cook after losing a game in Grand Finals, it's Jawade. Both of these coaches, they know what's up. They're going to tell their team what they need to hear. Go to the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the 2 tempo supports and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Maori's utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sand King. If disruption can break that completely. A Pangleer, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. When they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the camps, look like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have, like, you go into the game, like, with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response, though. Like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD. You don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how to continue to build on top of this.
And the offlanes are still getting banned out, right? You've got the Bristle, the Sand Kings, then, of course, in the first phase, the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. Both of the offlaners.
And still, the Ursa ban may be indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the... Generally speaking, Skeeter likes his melee carries, his melee strength carries, right? Your DK, your Sven. I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup, so could be setting up for this as well.
It could... Might sound stupid, it could also be a vibes thing. You know, Maori and Mar, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, like, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangleer, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that Ame isn't going to be on this hyper-elusive hero.
I I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SD is generally considered a counter to Pugna because, well, your SD ulted, the crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games they've also shown us the Mirana. They are the only team that have played the SD Mirana combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? Chen and Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugna. When you leave your safe lane and you know Skidder doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower. He'll then move in bottom, never blast here. He gets jumped, decrep, life drain. Like there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugna, you're wasting 30-40 seconds not going on another hero.
A second safe support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Ame on a hybrid carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen too, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. If you double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. It can go mid lane, go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed. He's to be competitive. And the way that Zhao Weight's drafting right now is they're giving him so much information to find the right hero.
Stop complaining, sir.
Because you still have like these 2 supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the back.
Stop fucking complaining, sir. If I play, sir, it's easy win, sir.
Beastmaster most likely, sure they can flex it,
Just play, sir.
No, sir, I was TI, sir.
Deal with the early game tempo that Falcon showed us in game 2. Shadow Fiend does need Yasha, Kaya, Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill.
If
the next 2
I play, sir,
need to respect that Falcons will sweep across the
they cannot even
if you're
get
worried
a
about
kill,
that,
sir.
maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I wonder if the Falcons want to take this because a lot of the force and crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, Sapphire still in. No, so they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have laning, you can stack for your SF or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
Penting. It's the Bane, right? Now Bane wants to grip, get escape pack, right?
Aku klasik.
On both sides.
Yuri ini tuh sumpah goblok banget su.
Mid to off lane, but yeah.
Zar, you don't say Zar.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong.
Bayangin nih. Bayangin nih, aku klasik. Nip, aku klasik, no armor. Yoru, full armor, go Phantom, menang aku.
The reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they value, they don't care as much about damage, they care more about
I'm pro player, sir.
So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents.
Jadi playerku pro, sir.
I think that escape back completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes sense that you have to go on this Ringmaster first each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against script.
Matilah.
Team fight is going to be so easy.
Wongnya juga Phantom ki bar ki.
Oh, main jebol Phantom yo.
Oh
iya benar.
They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
Ngomong cedek.
Items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud,
sudah mau. Tak kira ning bimen kabeh makane wanita ulti cok ISO nih ngentot ono sing ning mid bareng jebol asu.
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like when you play
SF Sar, ame SF Sar. Oh my god, Sar.
Someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like you
don't have
a spell and like commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps
you
when he rolls in.
You
and Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
I want to see Ghost Steps to Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean...
SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
The issue is
Terror
the Nullifier is
ini.
a key item for Extreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Dicrify, because of Escape Act. Like eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So
but as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke.
Market terbesar. TP.
You pick a new hero for Ame. Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down.
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent.
Devious.
Can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven.
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
Set Sven Sar Ame Sar. What are you talking Sar?
This is like this is their recipe.
Ame Sven Sar.
You get high damage.
Oh my god, Sven mid ternyata.
Sven is crazy Sar, no Sar.
Because XG found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter but the Sven as well in the troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like it is so explosive. But I have to keep repeating it. It is items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against partner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for Gyro culture. I kind of feel like they need to that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage.
It's a little bit hard, Sar.
You like buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to.
It's hard game, Sar, for
yeah,
XG,
I like the Gyro pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already.
Sar. Don't die, Sar. Oh my god, Sar. Oh my god, Sar. Kill
a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or an SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think support will play a key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, get this first
my god,
draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like FED also gobbled.
Berkontribusi.
Yeah, I mean, this is like better Falcons, even though Gyro on paper is
Zar, laying Zar.
Later on, and Sven with his VKB,
they're still going to be as strong as previous game.
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Pugna 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and
Oh my god, Sar.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick, first Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw him off of balance. And I'm also noticing that you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane.
I'm sorry.
Nip, aku ya Nip ya, wes ning jero Nip. QWERTY cah papat nih termasuk ke TSG gini ning jero.
I told you, Sar. I told you, Sar. This guy so shit, Sar. He is only baiting, Sar.
I got done, Sar. And last, I was wondering if you could switch to Omar because he has been captaining this team this entire TI.
You're the way, Sar. I'm got a done, Sar. I cannot in, Sar. Your duel is not settle in, Sar.
And now,
Sar.
Classic, Sar. Classic, Sar.
Any esports player could ever be in.
I don't know, Sar. I got something, Sar.
Trolling lah, Sar. That's why you stuck in Diamond, Sar.
Trolling, Sar. I got done,
He's been great and he's really coming to his own in this role. It's just really honestly admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating game 1 loss, but they strike right back in game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Xiaowei to kind of bring the team back in this game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter the tempo that we saw Falcons put into game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the hyper demon draft. I mean, he just went for all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Sarter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like game 2 where it's strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been run into a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider. We saw earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AUI 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punished too hard this event.
Yeah,
nice timing, Sar. Loro cuman kutil, Sar.
A game that was one off the lanes, it was one
Nice
off
timing, Sar.
A lot of damage on Ame here. As this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time, so maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo-farm item or, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. You can easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar amp, the Bane grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game. Off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. Versus the Pugna. Yep. Versus some of the buffs. Versus the escape from this Ringmaster, right? The panel is talking about Nullifier. They might not need a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Jin Q on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of it, how XG have built their line.
Okay, Sar, you so good, Sar. In the end, drop me.
I think it's also worth mentioning Lotus did kind of get a buff.
Oh, good, Sar. You're so good, Sar. Oh my God, Sar.
I always complain about the visual changes, but you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off those souvenirs he gets.
Just want
to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. You're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash. Into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now XXS is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Snake. The Shadow Demon. He can do little to stop this Shinkyu Doe, but he can against Skeeter. But I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster. Big turnaround with the gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar, and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain sap, no sleep for Xnova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration, and potentially making some plays through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D-ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too. You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have a stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full resources out of committing raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Feed for a long time.
Shinkyu gonna run into Snake King. A pick off perhaps. It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now, but it's 3 heroes. So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. You have to think about the saves that actually have too. You go in and target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your team fight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in, they have the answer for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snake King, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption is too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed. by Extreme, and the SF, he's free to move around the map. He relied on Xnova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3, extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple race, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though. And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem there, but little misexecution from XG off a beautiful setup from Xnova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. They're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
Early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this anyways. This Gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Quick TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition. But
this is great for
I one-tap him.
He was struggling, now he gets a free lane.
And the Sake
is
is waiting for me, sir. Oh my god.
This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard, he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. I think there's probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that. Just run it back all the way to an Aegis.
Gol tuh loh membingungkan so tak boleh nih tekan kene so muter tuh ning L2.
Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good teamfights going away, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Eventually, you can't just all in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Valorant. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much. And we're seeing the impact of that. 12 minutes. An Invis room. They do have a sentry in place for this one. Can Xnova get the right nightmare? He's stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be
Go back.
Sure, the Shadow Fiend gets away. Xnova will die for
What
it,
happened,
but he
bro?
sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place
80
or
sar,
time to
Yoru
get stuck
sar.
on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from
ketahuan
Xnova,
guys,
though.
ketahuan
I think he might have been able to bail him out.
Jongkok,
even
jongkok.
if that Pango didn't get stuck.
Lar.
That's very close, though.
Nah, jongkok wongnya weh.
On XM here.
Alah,
He is so far for him to go down. Lose that
Last
presence on
80
the map
euros are.
would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got Xnova, and he's got... I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise. Anybody's going to die to that.
I think it's all that goes out the window if you just get gone on.
Yeah, absolutely. Which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme have set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons want to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of the heroes in this game.
Thinking you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Snaking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
this do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to be.
Wah, ngentot.
I love this. XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger. It's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but...
Yeah. I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. game even for them out of lanes, I feel like that's a slight victory.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your roast threat is so high with the slaughter. Right? You get one core pick off, but then just going to instant die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice roast. We're going to take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into Crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
To take this away from this Slardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yep.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. He can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB. Try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malrine gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here. Give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the escape back is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Extreme do not force anything. Seek few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? They're eyeing him up. Look at Xnova on the back. Can you get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ame is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
So awkward with the Tumblr toy. With the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. That is not even close to Oh, XXS, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was harder to miss than hit.
Really was. He had to walk away.
Kita balas di match selanjutnya Kasar.
Ora tenang ki, menang kuwi.
Sar, go mid Sar, we push mid Sar, oke Sar. Let's go mid Sar.
Oke Sar. I'm from here.
Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is
Sar, we fight mid
Sar. So far ahead of the Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the two highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. Xnova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know that God Strength is on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there. And pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. Control this part of the map.
Wah, 105
Could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner.
Sar, aku ngenteni kowe malah mati Sar. Mending aku tak bum-bum patapin, Zar.
They get no awake, use faster with it, gets off the nightmare. Still though, the nightmare is traded away, and Malri does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the A, just 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute tormentor control here for Falcons. Maybe object as well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it. But they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
Map open jing main rank.
Also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength will go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this game.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink BKB, Requiem. I don't know if Malrine can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ramp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme. Maybe for a later timing, I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Walah, rakenang itu kalah, Cok. Gegesar.
Got a little spotlight action. 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Very true. Could be influential here.
A single hit could make you miss the kill. Success and Amar right next to each other. Back in terror. Neither are certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed.
Ora Zar, tim kita agak main dulu Zar. Kita tengok ini Zar.
I mean, we gotta be coming to a point where these teams are gonna come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's gotta be next Roche. That's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that fight happens.
Aku tim San ini mentai.
Aku
insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He's crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If this Gyro gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and do something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on the Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the way he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They more online.
They have kept the net worth even. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty far. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulti. Like a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roll without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Good pick. Malrine exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
She continuing to just dodge around the map.
Aneh banget, Cok, X-Nova, Cok, sumpah.
They're overwhelming physical damage, eventually winning out for them.
Mau tahu ultinya wis singgung nge-save SF ki, SF save.
What are you gonna do is Falcon
lanjut anjing.
If we get to triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes.
I don't know.
The others are just gonna run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. You'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about it. You gotta pick your poison here. There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that demonic purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw
XM.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can't get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn. So Roshan is not up for them to take. And Extreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Escape Act could do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight.
60.000
SR.
Oh my god.
Nah, larangan anjing ke kira di sini pira emang ya?
Sirolas, yang isi 6W 40.000 SR.
It's almost level 20.
Nikonku murah anjing.
Pira?
Larang.
Falcons put into position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All four supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing in the enemy's hands.
That's where the shadow is. Don't purge on the target you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder and 100-0 by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango.
Oh my god, sir.
He has Lotus done. He can go in verse.
How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The board is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? If Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is
malah menurutku enak iki cok, enak apa tim Sam cok daripada gacoannya ya. Daripada ini ya.
He's just a straight monster.
Saja ini kan gacoan kan sing
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the side, everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the roach if Falcons don't want to kill you. They want to buy time for Skeeter. Do it incredibly fast.
14. Neng Shopee 16.
Ya makanya.
They got scouted on that
again. Saya loro iragane 28, cok.
Aggressive wards from Falcons.
Oh, if they find a Mar.
Apakah saya beli ordeng aja
That would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Mar holds off on it.
Amar ramuak po nggone pango terus yo.
Oh ya aku ndelok lah ndelok EDK aku ndelok cok.
Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
right up there, and he managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has the Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one. But they won't allow for this. Meanwhile, the Roar. They get kills on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn it around?
Fucking melting, bro.
Sudah aku bilang apa nih, match ini menang nih. Semua ini.
Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Help that BKB. Disruption buys him some time.
melting, bro.
Falcons overextend trying to bring this king down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Ven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
Oh, yeah, it did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake King in a bad position, but yeah, most of the Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool. But Malrine, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of Ame's damage, but you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Malrine trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there,
anjing, mau cut aku gitu.
The save got a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
Says a lot that it feels like he has to go back to the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of the damage you're looking for. But you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming, second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not?
Wait.
They found Snake King again. Just been hounded.
No.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS
Kartunya,
get his
ada yang
Aghanim Scepter.
So he was so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
If he is in a puddle when you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults to him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that.
Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. Xnova, Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. They'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that Xnova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. He is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro, it's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry.
Tapi ngebantannya lah kayak si mau anjir, semuanya tidak berkutik sama sekali. Gara-gara hero sih.
Which is Falcon saying he's banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. This hero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrine's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
Was a big factor of this game, limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now on the back foot, the lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Once more, get him.
Lah, Vito melu kuy.
didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Ketahuan Rawi. Ketahuan Rawi.
Make a lot of moves like that. And well, though gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not possible.
XXS didn't have the numbers
Katanya
for it
som
yet.
kayak kamu biar main terus nggak energi rapo pensi anjing.
Quick game for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG is playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. Another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
Kan selalu pensi balik naik pensi lagi oke. Apa main ya?
Emang aku balik nih ora lah sih pensi anjing. Saiki
pensi kan. Stance. Kan awal ke pensi terus balik meneh kan.
Satanic's done back to the Daedalus for Skeeter. Stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the Daedalus. Swift Blink done for the Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You added some corrosive haze on there, some little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Back from Pango, roar from the beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go on
Tapi ki mlebu iki yo.
Closing in on that Shivas for the
champion. Harusnya minggu Amerikanya Eka menangnya nggak sih harus itu?
Yo, kan akan poin.
Iya, akan poin. Eka menangnya harusnya kan.
And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind.
Yo naik ki, yo mungkin nenek kono wongnya biasa kali ya, lain wong Amerika gambarnya podo aja. Berbeda-beda negara.
XXS is hunting. He's not gonna find anything.
Yang paling gak ada itu cok fanatik cok mainnya bener-bener pusi play banget anjing, bener-bener maku cok. Rong 10 detik tuh ngeplan anjing.
Have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malrine, so if you move out with him,
lah cok. 10 detik akhir cok.
See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Maybe next year, a lot of information to play off of. Another power for XM. Goblin him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF City mid, they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. There he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and flips away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption save, though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit coming in, Malrine, he can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario. Yeah, but there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire.
Masuk ATK dah saya Sino Cafe gimana ya?
Fearless, man.
Kan emang tim Sino.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with the Zoom
Tapi ono siji sing
top of it.
AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantage is just keep on piling up.
Cintai bapakmu.
North game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active, they couldn't go for kills, and Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage.
Jadi calon bapak po, kayak ngono kayak po. Kayak pengen disayang po.
Comes down to the gyro. Like, can Gyro take a jump in this
game?
So far the answer's been no. He does finish up a broach. He disassembles it. Once Data is here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage from Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of barracks. Trying to deal with banner. Skater. Oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem, just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amara to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the Lincolns. Now a refresh. You have to go through another Lincolns. You don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem. Full heal, back up. And this is completely dumpster. Extreme Gaming.
Tidak mampu nih, Bang Ami.
They had the advantage.
Minum aku juga. Lain lagi.
Will Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own?
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away
kita balas
from
di match
a title that he
selanjutnya.
has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before. Right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TIA final. And once again, he is just 1 game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had that road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in Game 4? Let's
head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first Tigo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, you know, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, you know, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both XNova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, you know, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugnar, like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In Game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into Game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy's safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like, the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like, he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugner, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like, they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have Jinkyu, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging, the escape back purging, Decryptify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports, because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like one half of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're going to take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like, I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even, and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skinner, his lane was good. But when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier. But he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro's the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
I mean, it's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're going to make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're going to keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling, right? I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
so, go for it.
Another standout thing was, if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below the Sven, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need fights. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay, he's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no nature's prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draft, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You're a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start, that's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me, you did, okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick heroes for Malin. He need to play a game. And believe in him. He can do this. And Amar to play.
Yeah. The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it a round! I like that, all right. One more. Does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Lara.
All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it from Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will say, well done. They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
Di, ayo Mobile Legends.
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this grand finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took 2nd pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do, depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself, just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AOI, he's been here before. He's gonna make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, we gotta play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Gov.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace, because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. So you want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Maureen Sand King and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta involvement that we're seeing within the series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in grand finals, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season.
It's still why it's so shocking that when maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, you know, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players, to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme, Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, you know, an aggressive pair. And what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling slave type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malreen's hero pool wants to play in the first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malreen has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, you know, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against this, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for Malrine, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
And that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from securing their Aegis finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to try and find common ground on, right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the draft?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. Like they lost that game on the Enchantress, they could turn into the same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
Something else I can see too,
Membuat
because
9 malam.
I've talked about this a lot. Malrine is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else. But they play through his tempo, they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later. And I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter.
Please pick me CM, kowe kena 2 kali hit langsung mati.
Lo kena 1 gepuk spam.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving.
Kena clive wes mati ya.
Right, like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well 2 games ago, but
ora krunguku sempat mau crit yo mati do ne. Oh, cliff anjing.
Even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disagreement? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this fourth game.
Falcons versus
Falcon.
Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 4.
Apakah akan BO5?
I'll repeat myself,
Or
it's match point for
3-1.
Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the
menang sih buat jago ke?
Let's see if
Iya
they
toh.
can get off to a good
Sing
start
Cino,
with
sing
the
Cino.
draft.
Iya toh.
Fourth game, we got Extreme this time on the dire side.
Iki lho, TI 1 to Eropa, TI 2 Cina, TI 3 Eropa.
Extreme Gaming with first pick,
TI
Falcons with
4
overall
Cina.
And in terms of balance,
Ganti-gantian
so
kan.
far,
Europe karo Eropa apa bedanya?
Iya podo.
Yeah, we've got the same,
Ya,
and I
terus?
believe that it's XG who
Ganti-gantian
have
lah,
priority.
Pak. Europe, Cina, Europe, Cina, Europe, Cina.
It begins outside of
nganti
the
TI.
TI biro, TI
They
pitu.
know Falcons want to swap something up.
Ora, pitu liquid su sing
Ayo.
liquid pitu apa 6
Pitu. TI 6 sopo?
TI apa? Turnamen internasional.
The international.
Oh, the internasional.
Kayak M2 M2
Iya, iya.
Ya api iki ono koyo terus side. Jadi koyo TI itu apa kok digawe sinematik kan. Kayak film. Tapi TI 2022 lah serano anjir. Babi.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other fives are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother.
TI 1 Navi, TI 2 IG Cina, TI 3 Alliance Europe, TI 4 Newbie Cina, TI 5 EG.
Alien apa Alienware?
Alliance.
Aliansi.
Aliansi. TI 6 Wings Gaming Cina. TI 7 Liquid deh. Mau mentok TI 6 toh Cina guys.
TI 8 9
Europe.
I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect
sampai kemarin
that
Europe.
came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King,
Rusia.
thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not
Anjing.
harder, than versus a Beastmaster and go.
Kok sering beli koyo mama.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps not for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze
so
a
racist,
like they're not allowed to
No, bro.
In the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG.
from the mid lane, you take stacks, you get blink dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need
Anak sekolah bapak nonton TI.
Now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just
Modern bangunnya di ban.
they don't want to have to input more resources.
Amar dikon gowo, doom.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think
Awalnya
about it.
nunggu saat-saat
It
iki
was
kah?
the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in
Nunggu
the second phase
saat-saat
last
iki
time
ngeban
around.
nih.
Now they ban out the Pango that
Ngeban Pango.
Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that
Boy,
previous game. At this
Paling,
point, it
yo.
was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much X-Nova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well. And you're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him. But he
kan
doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even like I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one save support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
You also,
Falcons
have ways to
Tuskar.
Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine.
Tuskar
And
5.
that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here. Where
Okay,
with
now
the
we-
skill saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies
Sven lagi.
just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again,
Tinggal offline.
Arme running back to Sven.
Dua-duanya tinggal offline yang belum keluar.
His Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption. You're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons
Tim,
need to make sure that
4 jam,
is
Wak.
directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the
Oh,
last
maghrib.
game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression. Arme had
Betul.
complete access to
Akan selesai jam
So
2.
Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight.
Jam 8 Cok mulai nih.
Ataukah?
At this
Enggak.
Leshrac
Ya,
is
Bro.
going to have a target that's back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is
Kompetitif
doing in the
banget ya
jungle.
match lagi ya.
It's also annoying for Falcons.
Paling
Cepat
cepat setengah jam.
You would like
Iso.
forehands potentially against the
Pokoknya
Sven.
paling cepat setengah
They
jam.
pick out of phase. They showed it
5 jam ae ono
game just now.
sing.
So you also have
Tapi ra turune main.
Apa nih uangnya soren pas menit telu?
Ra iso
Asu.
suren anjing.
Malah langsung di nganu diinterogasi dan then
Match fixing.
dikasih match fixing ora.
But Gyrocopter doesn't
Match
break
fixing?
the lanes
Maksudnya?
on offlaner. So then
Jadi
Dawnbreaker, hero that we kind
kayak
of
kowe
lost
iki,
in
kowe
sprint,
pro player ki.
You have the Solar
Kowe
Guardian.
ngebet,
If Arme
kowe
jumps in,
nganu,
Leshrac jumps in,
kowe judi,
now you have
kowe
a
ngebet
core
timmu
Kowe
kalah.
ngebet.
Pas main,
Kowe boleh lelek ki.
Positioning in
Nah,
this
kowe
game
match
is
fixing
very
kowe untuk
tough
duit,
to
nah
jump
kowe match
quick
fixing.
back
Nera,
and forth.
kowe ra ngebet ki.
So I like the
Cuman
fact that
saka pihak
Arme
BT
maybe
ki
take
koyo
over
nawari
the
kowe
defensive
kalah
capabilities
bukan kita
and
kayak
pick
nek
up
kowe
the fight.
kalah koyo ngono.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is Extreme Gaming looked so
Di
good
match
last
fixing
game
koyo ngono.
because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for
Ono kok ono
Dawnbreaker,
full ya?
you're playing on longer
Ono,
cooldowns,
nah.
you have that same means to
Learning
go in and
support
out.
kan yo ono to.
I mean, I'd love to see it back
Balik
right.
badan.
Iya kan, Ki.
Ayo.
Pro player kan pekerjaan cok. Mosok pekerjaan bisa dididik ya.
Akeh.
Akeh anjing.
Lagi disertai aku.
Apa meneh sing tier loro kuwi saya akeh banget sing tier
ML e ono ora?
Can be played.
Ora ngerti ML soalnya.
When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one
Lagi
disruptive
tim skondi yo.
ML ono CS ono Valo ya ono.
Malaysia pas kae. Tim ndi kuwi aku lali.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
Ya piye lah saiki ngene.
Mr. Beast.
Jadi kan gaji pro player ki yo gede, cuman kan nek meh gede meneh nek kowe menang, entuk bonus-bonusane kan sing marai gede. Dan nek kowe ra menang-menang, kowe pas butuh duit. Piye carane? Nek wong kepepet makane match fix.
Oh, kolaps.
Oh no carane, mung kowe ora ngerti wae.
Yo nek kepepet.
Adul akun.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that.
Akun provider tegenan larang jane.
Yo emang sih.
Lakune cepet jan mbok dol akun mbok dol sak M. Wis nyerok pro player iki. Terkenal.
Nek Dota ra entuk, Dota ra entuk.
Ora entuk.
Dota ra iso lho, Steam ra iso, Cok. Ra entuk, Cok.
Oh iya, Steam ya.
Iso
jarene we akune nek diwares kowe ra iso anjing.
This is not the Jaru to carry the game.
Kok iso?
Jaru is a kind of enabling
Mbok anjing emang.
puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes.
Tapi Dota kan iso ngedol skine.
Khusus gitu tato, berarti khusus gitu tato.
Ora sak Steam to anjing. Sak akun Steam to anjing.
It is still a flag.
Iya, maksudnya
after all.
CS yo kan melu kan Steam ra iso CS. Pokoke sing Valve ra iso. Entuk koyo ngono.
Even if you go like for some quap or sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe yeah, if the cycle.
Maksudnya orang entuk nunggu turnamen kan, orang mulu turnamen ngono maksudnya.
Pokoke pihak turnamene ra entuk kowe. Hah?
Iya, pihak turnamen orang entuk kowe.
Anjing Ursa offline.
Ora, tapi kan misalnya
Siapa sangka?
Pro player kan iso. Misalnya sing kudu pro player.
Iya, tetep kan range pro player mesti range dhuwur.
Iya.
Lah iya, mergo kuwi sing tadi entuk iki kuine range kuwi.
Lah iku Ursa farmingnya piye, Cok?
Mbok.
Ora gawe battle fury sih. Ora mungkin anjing.
Ora masalah nganu, Pip. Ora masalah kuwi akun bekas tau nganu pro player, tapi rank akune kuwi.
Loh. Ora anjing maksudnya kowe ora masalah pro player anjing. Kowe ra pro player we kabeh akun kira entuk dijual iki ya Steam, Cok.
Ya tapi kan sak jam ono.
Ya ono kan. Maksudnya kan nek kemenang-menang kan tau apa? Ngedol menang-menang.
Ya kan ketok, nek dimainke.
Iya sih.
Maine goblok.
Di dunia sudah ranked tuh.
Played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy, one game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience, and the thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane Slark 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Effie mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure. He likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And being different in a potential, elimination game. That's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this drive do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
Teluk game pango. Ya yo.
See them snowballing. But let me tell you, their windows are so tight. Like their frame of errors are so little.
Anjing, Rene kok pangoler anjing.
Nanti apa di sana?
Intro.
The high ground is going to be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue.
Telat.
Nah, tinggal pilih iki.
The time has started. Yeah.
Oh well. They need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the army.
Gue neng aku dino iki delay tapi nopo? Kok Discord bisa delay?
Aku iya ra sih mau. Saltek mau anjir.
Mau aku delay ini tolong detek cok neng gue. Bang apa?
Oh, kita rasa seru mau subuh ya match ini.
Oh, iki mau seru kira dulu.
Semedu ya seru sih Semedu.
Ekstrim pas game ketelu ekstrim lawan Paravision ra. Wah, anjing. Saling takut untuk membuka war.
Tanda nih, Cok. Hiroar langsung masuk gerobak, lari dikit dan
sing Medusane diselamatkan gerobak.
Last war anjir iki. Lah.
And I also want to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS is compared to
masih yaping.
Magnus perhaps?
Kok kan masih diajak omong tuh.
你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟
Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢？
XS 的猛犸也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're gonna see how good it is in
Kita
a
lihat
potential
Ursa offline
championship
akan
game. Hamburg,
oke apa.
put your hands together as we get to this game number.
Ya, OP langsung lagi. Kayak Ursa offline.
Langsung nanti kalau main Dota banyak Ursa offline.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done from the off lane, the man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely off the left field. He does have experience on the hero. But man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus in match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Xiaowei. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or like a quick burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping this game.
Then there's only blink punch. That feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stop his BKB duration out and turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch and snowball save. It can do a lot. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out. That really comes with another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure, like sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and off-lane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, it's a lot more AoE damage, way harder for Jin Q to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XN still gets a good amount of diabolical damage on this Sand King. It's going to be one of the struggles. Malrine won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
Aku terlatih berarti.
Falcons get their hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the boomerang into the Sand King damage, sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Shinkyu is slowed down by the blood grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skier. Eternity skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. Just noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the flak cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa. I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
Ami.
No, he's inside the sandstorm. There's no way he survives a blood grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Maureen, getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over, and now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be a once more towards Falcons. The series has just been back and forth.
Tadi second carry.
The first 10 minutes, it's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Maureen can either very efficiently clear out these ancients, or he can hold on to it. Make another move on that Leshrac.
You take ancients, give the mid lane to the hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of here solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Maureen's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow strike underneath the sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Maureen does too much damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this off-lane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
Super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM with this early level 6. He can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Amar exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times, try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy. Will he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one. Q, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it.
Shit.
Low ground.
Messi. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Messi.
Will go home.
Angkara Amar.
So much time wasted up here. So much God strength time wasted. And Maureen just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. Damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected. He just forced heroes off the lane. The rotations coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Maureen backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Maureen.
Actually, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Maureen so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. XNova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
His Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malrine up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting build. You know, there used to be like diffusal builds of the past or something, but
yeah.
No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. XXS chased after a missile and a snowball, and now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel everything is just coming together.
Semua aman.
And they have an Ursa. Smoke.
Real kah?
Smoke is coming.
Yoi.
Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Mati.
Malrine, he knows.
Mati ki Ame.
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malrine, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. It doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helmet Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering I Blink.
I agree with this. Things are escalating. You have the Blink Dagger on the left track. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back and get some of Falcon's aggression.
Looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King, Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a 5 position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Shinkiwi's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Sledge, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Malrine has already secured the early game for Falcons, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcons taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malrine, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one who plays the lines. Get the little
bukannya mau lewat ya? Woi, shit! Bang Ame, ya keblok Bang Ame. Ketok sih.
Mana Bang?
Belum punya blink. Stun. Nice. Stun Ame. Ame.
Ame stun. Ame.
He tried to show up for his team.
Kira-kira gitu Q nih Aswell muter anjing.
Maksudnya kan Amar ramelu ngono lho. Berarti ayo. Amar kan jan ngono toxic.
The only downside of that is he skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage and then
Ame like banyak bacot kau hitam.
That's the thing in that situation. You cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's
the tower. Kill the tower.
They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets to free farm the whole time. Well done, team.
Iki kudune saka extreme gaming to, arti hero butuh farming, Ursa butuh farming, kudune diterangi terus. Kayak lesak
Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Malrine. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa's forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG as always though will keep farming. This team pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely out them.
Terus kare wis Blink Dagger sih wis angel iki.
You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Malrine strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, Xnova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom.
Nak farming mana bang?
Landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa
game. Nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Nyangkut di.
Gacot. Aku mau nyakot lu bacot-bacot iki cok marah-marah wae padha hanif cok. Ini kedelan Koranip gue iki. Gue lagi kedelan Koran dimakannya mayah-mayah mulu.
Oh, rasa air marah-marah lagi. Apri sudikan apri sutegas. Cara kapri.
Mayah-mayah.
You can't give up that much in this game.
Hanif cok mayah-mayah mulu.
Lah Lesrake.
This is where you want to be right now.
Xnova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helmadoms does Extreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now. It will go a long way.
Amar and Malrine. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like XG want to make a move with Ame's Blink. You can fight if you bring the Sven into the play, and he's part of your initiation. But it's a very risky move for Ame. If that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be instant Roshan or whatever.
Sepertinya game 5 admin.
Is a disaster.
Tapi yo iki cok, walaupun jungle di bat-bat itu be Ursa iki bisa nyeimbangi tok. Pro player.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King, Malrine's timing.
Perfect here. Diberati pun tidak bergerak, supportnya pun juga farming.
It's a big one.
Tambah miskin, mau farming mana?
Malrine plays off the disruption.
Buset.
And Jinkyu and a Helmadom creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Maureen says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Oke, maju terus di ursa besok.
Now the real question is, who takes this Aegis? Carry 1 or carry 2?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddies Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous
Kok Marlin sing into?
He's going to have a lot better time. Better matchups, more survivability. This will be a 5-man squad from XG. This has to
random
deh.
Network.
Down
12K, 21 minutes.
Network BTW apa fitur nih?
It's going to be a
itu tuh, network kan keseluruhan.
Iya sih.
Itemnya kehitung, duit be itemnya kehitung. Net duit kan duit toh.
Take this safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes
doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Malrine he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Kami ndelok Tormentor.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, Snake King shoving them back. And on the other side,
Malrine
and Crit, the true threat is here. Two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the Mag dead. He tries to skewer away. Cannot escape. And now, X-Nova.
Barrier. Aduh.
The Purge, it slowed him down just enough. But
kok ganti-gantiannya nih anjing.
Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, up burrow strike to finish him off. Two cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this pair with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from
one of the 2 lowest network player. Network, cok.
Massively overfarmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but
Marlin
able to take down both. It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. Once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead.
Oh, gini ate ngepik Ursa iki mergo mau lho. Game siji. Sekitar Seven tinggal no Ursa. Alah.
As costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge and he blinks away. Ame trying to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
Tangan maling.
This was Ame's BKB as well.
Snake King, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one though. So a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that Drinking Bundy's amping you up.
Setengah menit.
Taste of the bear right here.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Di headshot dah si anjing.
Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the off-lane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer?
Kenapa worth it ini Ursa offline ini anjing?
2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's gonna have to
gimana,
do?
bro? Lem ke katu ke
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold as they are currently down 19,000 net worth.
Kita tunggu momen Magnusnya saja.
Extreme is going to make a move. I anticipate it's going to be
Kena telur
that. Looking for any item. That'll change the nature of this game. It's still
spread mari kabeh.
I think
pengennya segitu.
Iya, itu lalunya ya.
Skenario yang diinginkan.
Skenario yang diinginkan.
Clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this. Slow that fight down.
Tapi nanti di lapangannya gimana enggak tahu.
Can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. Bombe has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
Paset balik siapa? Magnus.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from Xnova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on, if you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp, if you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might be get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snaking can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans. Punch can always land.
Plus loro bintang loh. Wah, teta sih. Wah, that's weak so.
Yeah, Amar is strong.
Permangan tuh, waduh enak banget gitu tuh ya anjing guys. Turu lah nih. Ayo Loki.
Somehow a pick up or a team fight that works for them. A fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game.
Waduh.
Amar though, he's fearless. He just goes straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both the XXS and Shin-Q, who was in the way of that battle.
Anjing kena clip itu sampai mati, cok.
And Xnova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down.
Tapi Xnova mau ning kono keringat tinggi. Ketahuan Rayo. Waduh. Ame.
He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry. Has this ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Axe ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards.
Oh shit.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. We're seeing
pick lo ning TI lo rating go bless.
Again, when you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this data list for Ame. You really want to try and make this comeback possible.
I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia.
Yang penting aku nyolong.
Man, I'm really feeling it. Looking at this kill score, 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
way to look at it.
TTI tidak terpakai.
Be quite a different set of teams here. If we were back that far.
Oh iya.
Some of the same players.
GHW kan yo player.
Does take around 10 years to win a
GM
TI.
tim. Oh iya Enigma ya.
NCX. Tapi GM jadi pas 5 ning wis ra pas 4 ting.
Dota's history, that's for sure.
GH.
All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for it.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant, all this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got one more smoke left for time being on X-Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm.
Wis rada angel iki ursane wis sagani mancing.
Real quick with it.
Game 5.
Just onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it.
Kang, TMD Kang.
Siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those
Sven
first
doang.
hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind
Whoa.
the Gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The Epicenter find gets the Magnus though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first. His potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used 70-second cooldown.
Oh,
what is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa.
No Magnus.
No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. An awkward glyph timing too. It's not the greatest.
Tusuk nggak sih klipnya?
No, with the wave, not even there yet.
Clip.
Doctrine done for this Ursa.
Clip near.
45, 45.
To that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jump around.
Untuk turnamen Valorant iki ono sing cheater ya gak teli banget, Cok.
Ono.
Look for the Sun.
Oi, cheater halal lah iki anjing. Cheater halal, Cok, wong iki, Cok. Sing lho, sing apa? Sing transgender ki lho. Karena sing lanang mesti di wedok
iki fluoresan. Fluoresan.
Cok curang banget, Cok.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this
Lagi nih, Bang.
Gotta fish again, gotta find
support LGBT. Woi. Wastafir.
Bingung, Ame bingung.
Ayo, bingung, putar-putar.
Gak kena siapa-siapa.
Mati. Kata siapa?
Ame itu menentok loh.
Oh, mau bestun.
Mau mundur, maju mundur.
Maju mundur.
Oh iya,
keblok. Kita balas di match depannya.
Ame lo runner-up.
Ya, bang.
Game 6 to.
Orang mentok 5 tuh.
Gak tau game karo 6 kok.
Kowe sing main dhewe sih.
BO7, BO8.
Sama lontol satu.
That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy. So many first timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of two-timers in there.
Lama.
Looking for that third Aegis.
Langsung mengenang di TI sebelumnya.
I just cannot believe
masa balenin
that this has actually gone to a game fight. This is the most one-sided
Mahkota King diambilin orang terus.
I have ever seen in my life.
Masa laki-laki jadi raja tanpa mahkota King.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming Game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take it slow. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because it was kind of one-sided. Effie, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just have so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
The confidence of Mar, right? You're final pick in the draft. You know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscore and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style? To break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to the and then you go, you know what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s. They play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went to Drinking Buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the Drinking Buddies onto the Gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane, you also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine, but changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has
Siapa yang menang, Mas Riko?
If Malrine gets the Sand King, if he gets the pair of crits Hoodwink or crits Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you, because I wouldn't, like, this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy, Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Swen. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break,
Amar
to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa and Key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, oh, this is a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading. And from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that. And then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Ame hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes the second tower. Here it is, 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead to Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes, and then they take their first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that Ursa pick.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick, very good game from Falcons, and definitely something we're thinking about for Extreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5, because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the International if there ever is such a thing, but I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual, and we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to game 5 of a grand finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you've broke the curse, you've done it. If he loses,
that is lifelong trauma.
Yeah.
But it's not only that, like he's going to game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like what? Get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans? Because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like what Cap and SVG said about how draft dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for both of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Malrine got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
Yeah, Malrine feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Malrine has to be shut down if XG want to try and take the game 5.
And then we also should make a case for the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic in a whole full circle situation for Ame to be crowned king with the squad, of course, in Extreme Gaming. But on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person that could be an uncrowned king as well, in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu. And you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
You can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way. And he's also like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much more to but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it, but you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
May the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean, for both, it is quite an achievement to get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at the same time at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there is one thing that I have noticed in these last 3 drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people, so I look at other things. I look at how much bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds, and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, so totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading into 1.5 minute, 2 minute bonus time left.
Anjing, sekali kalah tuh skornya gak ganti 5 anjing. Guys, crazy.
Lagi loro-loro niki menangnya menang bandai kabeh
anjing.
Rano menang opo saling anu lho.
Saling pukul mundur.
Lho, asu menang bantai kabeh.
Ada kemenangan mutlak, tidak ada kemenangan mutlak.
Ora, malah kemenangan mutlak.
Kabeh
kemenangannya mutlak kabeh 4 game anjing.
Anjing 19 gua.
They're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible, and I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time.
Oh, kasih mas mangan. Semangat nasi kota.
For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches. This is an absolute marathon in this best of 5. And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the international. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness from game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything now comes down to this 5th and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, Or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times the charm, I think.
And it's also true. He's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinju and Nova. They also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it though. Right?
How can you
impossible not to?
No, I mean, Xiao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in.
Yeah, he growled them to watch their face.
Yeah,
you have to go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
That Crit, on the other hand, he looks locked in. He's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some floor hooping and my bear's just smashing people left and right, and the ultimate, I kind of liked it. You know, the ultimate is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped them win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time. They paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen.
ATF, Amar the fucker.
Both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these two players. For one, it's the drafting. As
Kenapa jalur tambangnya serumit ini? Anjay, kenapa tuh Bang?
Apa ini?
Streaming. Kenapa jalur
Man, go pick terror bloody.
Monster bodoh pun bisa tersesat dan mati kelaparan. Kurwa. Siapa kalian?
He's been the heart
Dan kalian
of this team
siapa?
throughout this tournament. Him on his Blink Initiator type heroes, especially his Shakers, his Centaurs, and what have you, his Mars. Falcons identified that they don't want that smoke. They're going to take away their playmaker. And he's kind of running out of heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that Magnus in that last game. They wanted that hero with a low cooldown on that sword and able to start the fight. So if your hero pool is getting banned, and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out,
Rain tuh su, emang Rain tuh su.
That's why Falcons are enjoying the second pick, right? Because they're entering the phase of the Mars ban, Centaur ban, Shaker ban, heroes he's played. How it's not easy to
Warnet remang-remang. Warnet remang-remang.
Warnet tenan, warnet tenan. Ya warnet remang-remang gitu ya suka Pak.
Warnet make suatu, ora odi kena virus ya.
To me too. Also, it's 2 games in a row.
Iya, bocil kok mencatling.
Pinap Marpati, ora su soalnya toh nunggu kita bareng toh. Nunggu file manager mau sama opo kepe.
Apa dan dia lo.
Sumpah sudah di sono. Celeng. Jinak Marpati. Lebih jinak burung sendiri. Burung Marpati.
So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs where they pick the offense slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
And for Falcons, so long as they get their hands on uncountered by XG supports, because that's what it feels like their draft was about a few games ago. They're the ones who are daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the farm, play
Halo, ngalas-ngalas prewo, halo.
We're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game.
Nonton Dota layar.
Where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let them open with the SD again. You had the X
game terakhir layar.
Blink Initiator on the offlane. You had the X Nova.
Yang menang juara Bang. Yang kalah.
Tim Cino sing di Marco Posin tim Cino.
XG Extreme Gaming.
XG lawannya
Falcon Amar.
Neo kui.
Tim Timur Tengah.
We would expect Falcons to also
adapt. Tim wong Dubai. Dubai apa arah?
Iki
Falcon.
Iki.
To think about how they would adapt after that.
Yang tahu serius apa anjing?
Lang Arab. Adapt.
Falcon ini Arab apa Dubai sih? Ya aku lali.
Because we've seen before the Dubai kan yang Arab bos to beat out the anti-mage against
Timur Tengah, Timur Tengah.
Iya, Timur Tengah.
Sometimes in
Arab.
Falcon tim Apex keren nih.
Tim iki kaptennya iki Amar tuh, anjing nembe reti cuk. Salah takon.
It's also like these are the type of moments
as
like UAA on the grand final. So you can just try to enjoy and embrace, and I think it's also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like you have to, even as stupid as it sounds, you have to enjoy the game. Try not to overthink. Like have fun. Go with the heroes you can play. Go with your comfort. And make it happen. Because a game 5 grand
Yo,
final at TI, it does
orang
not
mesti.
get more special than this.
They're an hour away from lifting the Aegis,
Nah,
right?
iya baik tanda tiga keputusan.
One draft.
Jinak
It is so
marpati.
close. One more game. We are going into that game 5. Let's get ready.
Burung merpati. Oke, cincin lagi dari Cino. Dari Cino.
Yo ketok.
Yo.
Big tight hunter soalnya dia besar.
Soalnya iki cok, kulite wong-wong Cina wong Asia iki ketok banget anjing, wong Asia.
Kursorku ndak ketok ning live stream.
Kursor. Kursor apa?
Kursor nganu.
Oh, kursor lah ketok. Oh, ketok.
The biggest difference is that Falcons for the first time in this series. First pick.
It's a big change, and it's a change that I kind of like. I
Emangnya
would have
kalau
already liked it
kursor
last game, but I believe it was
Ora
XG
apa-apa.
we had to face, and they were like,
Takon
no,
tok wae.
we're not gonna let you switch it up. But this time, Falcons, they win the last game, and now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG. So I like it.
With only 3 bans now.
Let's go.
Setelah ada Yoket Mas menang ki radian kabeh.
So which offlane are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first
Neki follow to Dota 2 TI follow to.
Oh iya, betul nih informatika apa?
Oh, berarti follow. Delok to mulu anjing.
Ya aku ra nganu. Ra login Twitch kok mau.
Why not they first pick the Mars for ATF?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchant,
Iki
the
ngeban
Sand
Mars
as
ki.
well. Mars probably one of the next
Yakin.
heroes.
The other one that they have banned out almost every single time is the Monkey King.
Aku tuh orang mudeng Dota lah, nonton Dota ini.
Ayo, kamu nonton kan nanti kamu paham.
Masuk Dota tamu kok pentil anjing.
Pentil piye ler?
Iki ono putinge tengah.
Sing di
Tameng su.
Iki pialane su.
Oh, iki pialane. Benda kok pentil, Cuk. Benda kok pentil anjing.
Sarung ngono kowe kilo tameng.
Leng, tameng.
Kita suka ti ae siji nganti saiki kita piane ngono apa tuh. Beda warna.
Neng burine ono tulisane, ono jeneng-jenenge. Ti sapa, ti ae loro sapa.
Ora iki kok dikai kurungan ono menapa ben apa tim sebelah bacot ra krungu.
Komentator live.
Ngomong iki posisine ning kene kan tak
Oh.
They're taking some time though. They are deciding.
This is the most
Kok
time
MK anjing?
in this entire finals in the 3 bands.
Dia kira melawan anu
para vision
9 class.
9 class.
Wrong ban here, the wrong pick, it can set a domino effect.
Extreme gaming.
I'm of the
Masa
opinion
tiga
that if they
kayak.
want a first pick,
Oke, nyakal di kowe, kowe nyakal di Extreme gaming.
Berharap iki sing menang.
Berharap XG.
Soale carry-ne iki to, nek ngerti dan iki 3 kali kalah 2 kali kalah neng final, 1 kali kalah neng semifinal.
2 kali kalah ning minggu grand final.
1 kali neng semifinal.
5 nganu game 5.
Kalahin neng game 5.
Iki final.
Iki grand final, iki grand final.
Oh, grand final.
Woi, Naga Siren support ya.
Naga Siren 5. Kok malah jadi cepet kowe, Nip?
Lah, aku
Cepet to, pencet pengaturan langsung 2 kali. Pencet pengaturan langsung 2 kali. 2 kali, ra ono to.
Oh, langsung gacha ngono.
2 kali. Advance. Speed, harus speed kok.
No. Kan iki Twitch.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen and I'm
ES
like
offline.
I don't know, like these
Let's
are
go.
iconic TI heroes. You have the song to bail them out. You got the Echo Slam. You have XXS getting his hands on one of his best. You have Snaking. He's won TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. Like he's no stranger to Naga support.
I don't really care about analysis anymore. I just want more team fight. I just want to find these 20-minute, 30-minute.
Detik piro kowe?
Where both teams.
Anjing 04, 03, 02, 01,
keplok-keplok.
00.
So far, all 4 games of this grand finals
cepet
have
aku,
leaned
boleh.
heavily one way or the other.
Oke, cepet aku boleh.
Hopefully,
Sih
game
bener
5
kowe
we
cepet
can
di.
wish for a very
Nah,
close
kowe.
between
Ora yo.
Boding. Cepet ini ya.
Such a fabulous TI.
Cepet.
A game 5.
Anjing meningis no cabul cok.
Well, the
Kate itu
strongest
sak menitan.
supports of the
Kate sama
tournament,
menit.
I'd say, are
Tapi bu, biasanya ning jero game cepet aku mau.
Baik.
Cat mau.
really respecting the
Jinak burung sendiri.
with the Bane ban, double supports ban as well, getting the spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
And they can also, their Shadow Demon is open for them as well. If they want to play around
Good winged
Fane, that's one of the
defense.
best heroes you can have to enable him.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where they want to take
Apakah
this.
Infok akan bidik?
Woi, gacha bang, cepet bang. Peduli apa gua sama Tira? Gacha nomor 1 bang.
He's lagging.
He's lagging, bro. No. Medium.
Cepetan kue banget sih.
Indihome, woi.
Aku nonton NDP lah.
Indihome.
Gacanya itu apa anjir?
Anjir. Anjir gacane Suki untuk aku sing abang.
And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool.
Alah.
Shadow Demon once again, thank you, played it phenomenally earlier today.
It's just a comfortable hero, right? You always know that you're
Eh,
going to have
tarik
the stacks
pesa.
up, but you
Lagi
have that
gacha
safe hero to be
ditonton
your hyper
satu
carry.
stadion.
If you're in a game 5, you
Ngelak,
want to put this game on his
anjing.
back. You want to
Saiki,
make sure that
man-
you're
Siapa? Siapa? Dota 2 iki.
11, 10, 9.
Iki EN International Dota 2 TI iki.
Ya, dia.
eventually win the game.
3.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every
Dah,
single
cepet aku
gadget
saya
has
malah.
that ability to make a moment in these games.
Ya, sering
Like Naga against SG.
Aku melu-melu share
Jok,
screen.
anjing.
Saya salah su.
They love being able to like have the map.
Pango lagi.
Cuman bisa pango apa?
Capek banget tuh, pango terus tuh, bangsat.
Amar.
They also then banned out the Pangolier in game 4 because XG didn't want the Pangolier against their
Capek banget
Oh,
Amar.
merah iki anjing.
The chaotic nature of the fight.
Ora jenuh yo.
Anjir.
Nyonya iki tak streaming iki cepet iki.
Ora cepet aku.
Ki piro detik piro?
Ki piro? Cepet ki.
1 40 39 38 podo.
Alah
Bisa. Aku ndelok gonmu wae ngono.
Disruptor papat cuk.
Something like that, or do you just go for something standard and go for something standard they do on Falcons with the
Kira
disruptor?
kok.
This is filthy, absolutely filthy, right? This game progresses, you know XG want to play it late. Now you're playing into the song setup, Blink Dagger, potentially for snaking, jumping into the middle of the fight. You find 2, 3, 4 heroes, Ag Static Storm on top, no one's pressing a single button.
I have a quick question. Normally, Naga Siren and Disruptor are played on snaking as position 5. What's the difference here? What do we think is going to happen? And should we keep on our radars that Skeeter actually does play Naga Siren?
Yes, but I would expect that, I mean, the thing with Disruptor and Naga, both, I mean, ideally Naga's 5, Disruptor's 4. I don't know if you guys
SF mid again atau SF carry ame SF kah atau SF mid again.
Tapi tuh SF-nya tak perform anjir.
When I say
Mau
disruptor,
menang.
Mau menang.
Tapi tak perform loh.
Perform. Ya tapi kan masih ngacak-ngacak bareng walaupun tak nge-kill.
From the 4 lane, something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skeeter a stun hero.
But it would be poetic, right? If for some reason Skinner wants to take it to carry, and you know, a hero that kind of made him, you know, introduced him to the pro scene back in the day. Put that aside, most likely.
Cina merpati dah.
Cina kontol lasu.
Toxic banget tuh.
Enggak gitu, wih.
The Bane has been first phase banned, so that's
Maybe next year ame, let's go Falcon kau asu. Masa age next year terus ame nganti 2030 wo next year.
Yo toh mental ditempa yo ini kene yo.
Dan ditempa wis ke 2016 su.
Nah, kurang tempaannya berarti mundur.
Sudah 9 tahun dia ditempa.
Kurang, putus 10 tahun.
Pukna.
Apa ya anjing?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons like end up jamming, you know,
Martis,
one of the good old Skeeter heroes here.
Martis
Go for
ya.
Gyro again. I think you've played it
Martis
before with your tempo. It's nice against the
sih
enemy
untuk
heroes
mencari
that
lawan yang
you
pantas.
do end up seeing. I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential
Iki nganu toh? Tank gratis.
Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner 2. Nah, Ghost Runner apa ya dulu sih? Ghost Runner udah enak Ghost Runner.
Api.
Kota jajalah
If he
Ghost Runner.
decritifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Medusa cuk.
Falcon medeni ngene line up e.
Kandani.
Lot kontrol banget lho disruptor.
Iki tapi Amar tahu sok dong anu lho. Medusa offline lho. Bisa ngecoh lho iki lho. Pangumit.
Demo ketak.
Medusa offline.
Tapi Pangu tetep Amar sih.
Ketoke sih.
Sudah melekat toh. Pangu Mars.
Now it enables the disruptor Pango and Naga to
sumpah, kita hero papat
kanu.
Plot control kabeh. Medusa kan duwe anu. Beranjang.
Hear me out.
Duwe beranjang, duwe stun. Disruptor duwe kandang karo magnetic file.
How they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up
Control your emotion.
that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're gonna play a slower game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't gonna have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double safe supports. So you're in this position where
Tapi
you
bohong apa
want to
feelingku
take it
Medusane
late
offline.
versus Extreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not
Beyond
sure.
that in an hour's time, please.
Like I see a setup of, you have Medusa, Disruptor, Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have Pogna against Mango, you can decrypt, you can live through this.
Delay.
Just that, but you have set up Ame for an absolute last pick in this game for XG as well.
Both teams,
Sing depend crowd control toh, Doom Pak.
behind their cores joining. Like Pugna wants to do it, but if he steps up, a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I think both teams have subscribed to we're going to farm our way into the game. Probably maybe a low kill score, but then when it ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin.
Bisa live stream nih.
It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we've seen.
It's not at
Nang
all.
YouTube.
You know, earlier this year that we had a lot of Medusa.
Ursane tipen. Iya sih Ursa iso ngilangke.
Live stream.
Manane Medusa cepet. Heeh.
Well,
Aduh,
let's see
yang
what
stream.
Medusa will go for in there.
Nah, nonton lah.
Restream.
Apa kau?
Hitam.
Enggak gitu.
Hitam logam.
Potentially Olimar, all Marine that can dissuade this pick that we don't want them to have, or if they do go for it, then at least they can't feel as good about it.
Hitam.
I think for Ame, just
Belum
anything
nangis,
that goes
belum
in,
selesai
just get in the
hitam-hitamnya.
fight. You have double safe supports. You have the Shadow Fiend who's going to provide a lot of range damage.
Jinak
Jinak
merpati.
What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa? Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
Baik, apakah beliau ini?
Based on Pango going to mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change.
Magnus.
Diambil langsung anjir.
Well, take the age with the Magnus, and then Falcons take the Magnus themselves.
That's on the Magnus too. I will say this can be.
Mosok Sofen meneh.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to Magnus game.
Wah, tapi ini zombie sekarang mana iki?
Now yesterday you guys said that Outworld staff, you know, doesn't
Iso kayak mau anjir. Satanik.
good anyway. Can be good anyway.
Ngejek nge-ulti pas kena Lotus, pas nge-Lotus sap.
Wingi.
1 lawan 5.
Let's go, Satanic Ghost to Tundra.
Mana masih muda.
Let's go, Satanic Ghost to Tundra.
Satanic
Tumore.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmishing of the early
Udahnya terlalu berat
get caught off by glimpse.
Jomplang.
Away from that. In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight, but a juggernaut last pick. Falcons going for this epic team fight. Like if this is a 50-60 minute game, try
Tapi
fighting
hero
into
paling
Soul,
akeh
Static
mengantarkan
Storm, he's getting dragged
juara
into
TI
it
lagi
as well.
Striker.
So far though, every time
Yo.
it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know how it is
pun
going to
yo
play out. Are we
enak,
going to have a
soalnya
stable
kan
early game?
stunnya
Still
akeh.
stable from both teams. Like farm on both
Kabeh
sides.
util aja.
It really comes down to
Kandani
individual
mergo
choices,
skill terlune
individual
dong.
how they approach it.
Be
My
iki.
only concern right
Shot
now
enak
is
banget.
that Falcons have made a
Yo.
complete stylistic
Skill
pivot
siji,
from
skill loro
everything
wis
else
ngono to
we've seen
anjing.
them play. This is not the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out
Inisiasi ini
execute
dadi
in that
enak
late
banget
game.
loh.
Whereas for XG, this looks like their drafts. This
Kali
looks like
ini
their bread
kena
and
skill
butter,
Jiki
and
so
Ame
ora
called
ubah
for
lho
this last
anjing.
pick Juggernaut. It looks like a great Juggernaut game.
To me, this game is all about XXS on the Earthshaker, Amar on the Magnus, and Lotus Orbs, and the rest it will happen on its own.
Critically for Falcons though, Marine at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team. Even though the style feels different, Marine, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
May the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're gonna let the gameplay speak for sure, but first we're gonna let
Absolutely, my friends. Community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5.
Di detik Karmin to aku toh.
Menjudul.
Moderator aku loh, sono gampang lambang iki loh.
Kalau Arit
ngebar.
Toko-toko mau hitam-hitamkan so.
Jadikan modal.
Aduh.
Di
musuh mana?
After that intro, I have to say, this stadium, Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing from
Nah, ngono loh nih. Ada sekarang kita moderator sampai ke channel ini mengapa pesan yang tidak pantas. Dijeda peserta kerja berkomentar tutup. Nah. Nah, ngono loh.
Mbak, banyak mau. Mangewi.
Ngono loh, tahu aku udah pernah.
Mangewi sak dino wi.
Sak dino ndeng tak kick ya ini.
Game 5, Falcons versus Extreme. Let's get it on.
Game 5.
A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI, so much history behind these players. So many of them have been working for this exact moment. For years, they've been dreaming about this moment. And now it's all about it. Nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game, without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it.
Kudune sih menang yo SF lawan Pango yang lain.
I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it. The draft is set. The players are going to play out your picks.
Gary lo
pas pikirnya for Ame.
Anu.
You have to remember this Ame Juggernaut was the only one that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in the grand finals. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a team fight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long range disable.
Aduh, baru masang, belum dibuat.
In that game 3, they have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in a lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. Just a matter of execution. Can you make these picks pay off? XXS looking for some pressure on Skeeter. Would love a first blood in this lane.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Shin-Q getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that menace. He's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
Honestly, that has been
langsung jungle SFV.
Feels like who pulls ahead
Langsung malas.
Is who pulls ahead more in the mid game.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango.
Soalnya
The Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this is
ditarik skor aja. Awas ini dibawa run.
Victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you if it gets reflected off of some shadow illusions?
Makanya jungle, makanya reti udah langsung jungle.
Interactions like that in this game. And of course you have Naga.
Malas.
Somrono pun iso di TP ini musuh.
I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. Will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game to sleep into the lockdown static storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation. But there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
And that gives you favor Falcons going into that late game. If we get into that scenario where the teams have not been able to roll over each other with an early game advantage and we push it late.
I mean, honestly, I hate to say
this,
but
it might come down
mau
loh game pas lawan para vision loh. Jogo-jogo nih gelem buka anjing.
So much can go wrong and yet so much can go right here.
Ya, malah main hati-hati.
Break that late game fight open.
Disruption set up, fishing block off, a bit of damage, staking though.
Mati.
Once again, Crit's gonna make the early TP rotation for the punish on Extreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and first blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skeeter.
Geret,
lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is their playmaker in this draft. If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane from the Shadow Fiend to power you through. Which, by the way, he is winning the lane CS. But this Pango has been farming
stun dan stun.
Maureen is getting through this match.
Dibalik guys, set di skill loro, set ditate, set di skill telu lah wes ngono tok ya anjing.
Saking cringe bro.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna, Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that.
Baru lo saya rong jaman macam lain.
Orang rong jam su.
Apa dong guys?
Still able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. He's trying to get out the Requiem, unable to do so.
What?
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Instead, the race to finish him off, and now the punishment comes in twofold. The Shin-Q managed
Seksi banget wak.
Real.
Seksi banget wak.
Walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS, a kill to be a part of. 200. It might get the kill.
Oh!
Close, but not quite good enough. A
lagi.
drop is what
Rain
separates
drops.
Snake King from life and death.
What a kill attempt from Maureen. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire, he had wand charges, he's able to boost back up, turn that play around, and the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while for a reason. They build a lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience, and certainly none of the gold. Snaking, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window.
Tapi dua word loh, kok Rarti?
On XXS.
Misskewer. Xnova though still taking so much damage thanks to the healing ward. He will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Dame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get there in time.
Tapi kan sing camp iki rakyat tak.
Highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because his lane was so rough. He got tri-lane.
Alamak.
Here and threaten that echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top, invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
Shit, bro. Shit, bro.
An invis rune pickup from Maureen. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup.
Bukan golongan kami. Bukan golongan kami.
Kasihanilah Ame.
Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this sentry in the river, so Mari knows what's going on.
Main terror bed suka
want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier.
Right.
That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale up here.
And Amar, he's feeling like on his Magnus game that the game is going to be slowed up and he can go for that Helmet Dominator. He's not going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, which, considering the lack of pressure so far, Shadowfiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Block him.
This is the normal progression you want right there. This is going to help you
langsung di Omni Slash.
And Amar, he levels up the Holy
shit.
The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point. He had the exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
Ame asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero.
Wayahe bang.
He asked for it in this moment. You have to deliver. Meanwhile, stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the extreme triangle. Snaking has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Maureen hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadowfiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Maureen. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier with that Bane being banned out first. You don't have a VKB Piercer that's able to control Rolling Thunder in this game.
Timing of this is going to be pretty tight because Extreme are also almost online. XXS just needs another 200 gold and he will have a Blink Dagger. So if they make the play right now, which they are, 2-man smoke, Red and Maureen.
They want Ame. He gets spin off.
Mati.
Woi. Die bro, mati cok. Woi. Gak ke silent ya?
Mau dong, burung pas metu.
Oh shit.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You can get to hold the haste rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. Didn't have healing ward available. Didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds.
Get malah sebenarnya Radian. Directors
an important kill in this laning phase. That Shadowfiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's gonna be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's gotten a lot of farm off lane. He's been a part of a
Bakal
couple of
kifusal
kills.
lagi, Jagger.
And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. XNova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, if you have Stone Gaze in this game, that is not guaranteed. Especially when this blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're pushing this lane super deep as Ame to play this game a little safer than you would normally want.
Join voice
Scale up
langsung
really well,
desah.
but he has to get that Battle Fury on.
Salam desah. Man, what the hell, man?
Look at another power rune and a great one. Amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
I'd be really surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they are going to be spotted by this ward. Shin-Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Those have Demonic Purge for the power rune, so maybe that dissuades you a little bit, especially if you don't catch the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. It's kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save out of the equation, take the Demonic Purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Yeah, man, you can't afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taking too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well. They're going to sandwich him.
They
punish.
Kick him out.
Don't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side. Go through the gate, hit him with the blink dagger.
Skewer.
There's nowhere really to run. Static Storm to give him some time here, but another 5 seconds till the skewer, and he's just surrounded.
Nah.
Kill to Ame. Who's that Juggernaut up? He's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm.
13 menit Battle Fury baik.
Permanta langsung meh butterfly.
Medusa Juggernaut matchup is... It's a really tough one to measure.
Yo, tapi wonge kayak itu kan pukul kabeh yo.
Ora SF build nganu, build magic ora. Build tukang pukul. Nah, mid lane mesti build magic. Build skill ora tukang pukul.
And it's just barreling down.
Jadi,
apa?
Ya sange, link, PKB, Aganim.
Looking at Amar again, but without the Shaker, you don't have the damage and control to bring this guy down. 2,000 HP with those bracers long shreds.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back down the lane. Says, go ahead, give it a try if you want.
He's just running out of line.
And XNova's trying to run away. But he'll catch up with a glimpse here. XNova doing what he can. Of course, too many disables.
Nerono Marlene iso we ramati.
Kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skeeter hit by the disruption. He got up the Stone Gates. They're going to try away. The Croakers stall him up a little bit. But he's already out. Extreme really didn't commit too much for that. They could have tried to go for the Requiem, but
it's hard to get that angle. Once that SF is already on top of him, difficult to walk in there and get that Requiem bleeding DPS to bring him down. He had full wand double Lotus.
Yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
A tanky hero.
So why not make the same play as last time? A little bit of feint up to the top lane and then back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. You want to keep playing aggressive down here. We'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support. Malrine does not have a TP scroll, but he does have Rolling Thunder.
They're going to see he does not have TP.
In front of him anyway.
And they TP'd XXS down here as well, maybe feeling like he was backed into a corner, but the catch will not be there in time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control.
Biasa sange, blink, PKB, Aganim. Nera Aganim saya nambi PKB.
Ngopo mid
fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner.
Tower denied by
duit TP gitu tekan kono.
Such close margins.
Ini nih Amar kapten nih.
Initiator though, this
oh, it's going to be very awkward.
SM ra nyadar boten kebrik. Oke. Menang toy anjing.
Gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage on this top tower.
If you're XG, you also don't want this game to turn into some sort of, Naga ratting the lanes fest where you can't catch anything and you have very little information. This hero can make the map miserable.
Nice deny from Snake King.
But I like that dead even in this game 5. This was not a game that was just auto one off the lanes, and I don't think it's a game that's auto one off the draft.
I do feel like
Mau isu
Extreme
tuh,
Gaming
saya
are
gitu
going to reach this point soon where they're going to have to pick up the pace. Once they get this blink dagger on XM, I don't know if he could play the same game last time where he just farms up to a BKB and then to an Aghanim Scepter. I am very, very leery. The potential of the illusion push from the Naga Siren and the Medusa, that sounds... I don't want to get into that world. I don't want to be chasing around these illusions all over the map.
If you believe in the Juggernaut Shadow Fiend scale,
ya guys mulai nggak nyari-nyari gitu, Amar harus
disrupting these illusions around the map, pushing the lanes back in. It's a great support and farming off the back of that.
Oh, pick up PC
but
I
agree with you. Like, this is a game you want to get something done with your timings, particularly these blink daggers. Start hunting. Looking aggressive for the team fights, looking for Maureen, looking for the Magnus. If you can find those two, or at least one,
wis agak ini angel banget, Cok.
good for you. And you can bring Ame in there, and he should be able to.
Oi.
Sumpah XSS ki. Alah.
Siren not in a position to keep it going though. They will simply teleport out. It was a great reaction there from Extreme, but that is the problem with the Naga Siren.
Sikap banget, Wok.
Always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can power through that, but for right now, it'll get Amar
Sapi lu mau lu anjing.
Super quick jump from XXS. They were absolutely ready for that play. Still, Amar gets out. Like, this tanky build for the mag. Proven problematic, and you throw some disruption spells behind him, some sustain later on.
Quick static storm.
Perti selamat ke malah mati. Percuma selamat ke gue ko slam anjing. Iki malah sing saya.
Lah saiki.
Anjir jago banget cok nge-eco-ne cok.
Eko. Woi, pulang bang.
Dibalik ke.
Lah gak ada yang mau bagi damage. Cocok itu full. Round damage anjir skill sini.
Look at that, bro.
Kita mau ultine. Ultine full neng pango anjir. Tidak full sih. Ono sempat sithik sih.
For that Requiem, unfortunately for
full
him, Crit was
pango
ready. He hit
Saat
him with the
nggon nganu lah.
So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up
Padahal
raises.
mau Crit wis mepet lho. Kok rapid
Kan anjing. Telu wong anjing.
Team fight we expected from XG at this point in the game. I mean, you can imagine they win that if all
POV Jagger musuh.
At some point in that sequence.
POV Jagger bolo.
Nyangkut neng creep anjing.
Going with the Omni, he needs a little bit more follow-up damage.
Musuh Said. Nah, lihatnya creep.
Achieve those kills, and right now Falcon's just splitting them up.
Falcons of playing the group up.
Ambil langsung BT Wira ini.
That is largely because they do have this split push in the first place, right? They do have
skill G pun ra ono damage gitu.
They do have the Manta illusions running down lanes. They can play group deck because the side lane's already pushed in.
There's a lot of lanes. Naga Siren, Medusa, Pangolier just ghost shoves it with the swashbuckle. You have Empower, you have the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker you want off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jin Q to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusion into Falcon. Force the spin. I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, but the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni slash Malrine feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes the way of Falcons. They now have a 3,000 net worth lead.
And they are racing towards this Medusa butterfly. That's the scary part here for Extreme Gaming. This timing for Skeeter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
The game of initiations is going to be so crazy to watch because Extreme Gaming, they already had the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a Blink Dagger very soon on Shin Q, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, Amar down here, blinked into XM.
Did he brought XM with him when he tries to skewer away? One raise, where's the stun? They've got none. They
oh, nice.
Oh my god.
He blinked into that skewer. Take me with you.
Sudah berubah pikiran belum kalian?
Bring you down.
Oh my god. Pilih apa gua?
Pays off. Amar's able to play
Kasihan Ame.
Tetap megang Ame.
Jatuhku tereliminasi yo.
Sama.
GP.
It's all theirs.
Oh, para
so the shard, that'll go to Snake King. It's a really nice upgrade.
He's so rich now. He's only going to get wealthier.
Song of the Siren
Ibarat Vision nih, offline-nya ora DM
so when he gets the save
unbeaten
but
banget
then
loh.
there's something even more special. Max mana
DMW
that's even more effective.
Ono DMW maksudnya iso nganti semene apa meneh nek DMW. Wah anjing kuwi.
Beautiful shard to get this early in the game too. Just to just finish up that solar crest going down their utility. They already have a drum on crit.
Angel sih. Ora angel. Nek Amar melu bocile loro.
Once again, XXS baiting out X-Nova, who's going to try and play for the Wisdom Shrine. No overextension though from Falcons. Not yet. The Omni Slash is laying down. It's sticking on to Mauri. No, it's sticking on to Skeeter. He gets a lot of damage done. The Stone Gaze goes out. The Rolling Thunder is used. So many ultimates blocked by Falcons. They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Extreme. Extreme not able to chase and punish. But I think they're happy just to be able to get something out of Falcons without losing anything in return.
Honestly, this Omni Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes. You get BKBs on these other cores, you commit in with that single punch, Echo Slam, Requiem on top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are going to explode. Even if the song is over top, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They will have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snaking's job. Slow this game down. Buy time for the Medusa to get to this Scotty where she becomes an absolute beast in this game. And look towards that Roshan.
With the butterfly advantage, it feels tough. The Scotty, that'll be something different for Ame to have to contend with. He's trying to work on a butterfly of his own. There's that Blink Dagger for Shin Q. Good pickup. And double BKBs will be coming in soon for both XM and XXS.
I do not envy Jin Q's position in this game, though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for that offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions against Falcons. At the same time, you use it offensively and you don't have it to bail out one of your cores that gets RP'd or Static Storm, you're going to really regret it.
That's true. And maybe that's where X-Nova is going to have to step up because he also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective, this Decrepify, depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around, but I mean, Falcons, it's a lot of physical damage, to be honest. Anytime you have a Pango, that's just going to be core that's all physical damage, so.
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that backline. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna to turn that fight around.
Once again, Falcons having the advantage. Push the tempo of the game. They're going to take this Roshan. And Extreme, not really in position to contest. They're going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we're talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the Juggernaut. That's all you can really do right now because Skeeter is untouchable with this Aegis, and that'll finish up the BKB for Amar as well. He feels untouchable at this point. You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
The Naga Siren with a Blink Dagger. Snaking's going to be playing way off in the back. To try and come in with those song saves. But the BKBs can't allow them, if Extreme get that advantage, to just push through the song, get these kills anyway.
Such a terrifying hero to play against. Even if you get the perfect team fight, this Naga can put you all to sleep and reset the entire situation. See how much Skeeter can get done with this Aegis. He's got a long time on the clock. Definitely enough to get to his Scotty. Probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s if you really want to force that mid one. I doubt these are towers XG wants to fight. The positioning's just not that easy. There's going to be Naga illusions in your base. And it's all about the Juggernaut's timings. Ame, he wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here. Yeah. You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the Medusa is going to hit that mid tier 2.
Wah, Scotty ini meh dadi san anjing.
Push in from Falcons. 3-man smoke into the triangle. Not finding anything just yet. Extreme, they've called their forces back to base for now.
Oh, but they did not recall Ame. He is so close to being in range for that
shit.
RG.
He backs away just at the right time.
I mean, you got to remember, if you RP skewer him into Static Storm, that's gone.
Kind of poke at Skeeter here, of course, with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the once. There's no way that Extreme are going to go on this, and Falcons...
At
the same time, they're smoking out. Says they're not afraid to take some sort of engagement or at least look for a pick-off while this Aegis is online.
There's a lot of information from Falcons. Once again,
Tinggu yang main di awal-awal.
Jungle not being killed right now.
XXS, he'll try and cut that mid wave. Thanks to his shard, it's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly
langsung parah nih. X-Nova mati. X-Nova mati. Tenang toh.
Ketep games tak sih? Ora.
Kan Neul.
Neul aku pernah iki anjir. Orang balik, cok.
Indonesia ora yo.
Neul nganu banget dispel to. Komen sing ilang saka map ki nganu. Cancel.
Little harass Skeeter here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with
sing ikon hero-mu ilang saka map berarti nge-cancel.
That's a lot of damage actually, yeah.
Kayak Void Spirit melbuning dimensi.
Downside of the butterfly, right?
Makanya gue ternyata hilang aja balik anjir.
It'll be the downside of the Scotty as well.
Oh iya. Ay. Di RP di slip. Wah anjing sih.
Echo Slam got used, but
Sirene
does not get off the Requiem.
Enggak.
You have to be instant on these jumps. The cores have to go together. One jump is never going to be enough in this game. It has to be 2, maybe 3.
Rano Echo, tapi yo Rano RP.
A big missed opportunity for XG.
SV Rano nganu, Rano
You can
PKP.
still look for something with this Omni Slash, but
Iki
there's
nih
still
yo.
the higher vision in your jungle. You never got rid of it.
No PKP, no RP.
Your own vision is going to be in danger. Because the early gen pickup from Falcons. You're going to push into the side of the map again. Once again, looking for a glimpse play. They know XM doesn't have his BKB. Just has to Requiem. Hope that the fear pushes hard enough.
Alah.
But the Mac is going to chase after.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, lele. Kena lele.
He wasn't there yet.
Langsung dicupo lele nih be Amar anjing.
Wrapping through these trees areas, but he's just not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to be instead Jin Q to die. Both supports fall, and they take that high ground more away from the extreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available on that 4-man clump. Of course, Falcons going in there knowing it's on cooldown.
Honor Seeker soalnya,
Cepet
clear.
Probably would have won them the fight, but Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he gets the MKB, he can take that man fight against the Medusa perhaps, but until then, once again, XM spotted, another ward, another team spots him on his way up here, and now Skeeter's on the other side, trying to get in front of him. He's going to go for the TP away, and Skeeter, he does avoid the comes back, he gets the BKB.
That is very
so close, he just ran out towards the end of it.
Sang detik ini.
Walu. Mau kan wis sempat tinggal.
Iya notisannya anjir, notisannya.
Playing field is even once again as some blink daggers coming out.
Ya kan mau kan pas nganu lho sing Amar meh di nganu lho terus malah teneng RP. Ya kan yo wis PKB bisa aja nih.
Oh, if I had a blink dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
Nah ketahuan ki Ame.
You have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there.
Merah Bali mati, Isawe mati.
You may never get another one. And you have to get in there quick because that song is going to come out and reset the fight no matter what opening XXS finds.
Iya, bingung. Iki musuh bakal skor dhuwurku apa skor ngisorku ya. Lah untungnya si nganu apa jenenge poknane wis ngetek.
As the jug attempts to close the
gap.
Lah,
amal buku. X-Nova ning opo kuwi malah.
X-Nova realizes,
wah, lemah.
X-Nova mati.
The Falcons' words have been on point.
TP no saiki. TP saiki.
He keeps getting closer and closer to the gate.
Oi. Ayo.
In the trees. Skeeter who went first did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created.
Coba kan mau X-Nova tuh sama dia.
Space for Extreme is worth its weight in gold right now.
X-Nova kan stand-in guys aja nih. Stand-in selama setengah tahun. Marco Poloson sakit.
Topson.
So much execution.
Poloson.
Yeah, and they're going to need every bit of that because
mantan tim in your dream. Pas in your dream carry.
This is a scary ages to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter. That's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with Horn Toss available for Amar. That win probability has Swan considerably. XG, they have their work cut out for them.
Oh shit.
There are pathways to victory. It is a very thin margin.
Yes, this is not quite like game 4.
Semua bisa terjadi di MOBA.
Pretty much undefendable for
Di
Extreme
Dota
Gaming.
toh.
This
Di
situation,
MOBA
you can
belum
definitely
tentu.
say they have the scale, they have ways to be able to make big team fight plays.
Yang mustahil
Without a
saja
doubt,
bisa
Falcons'
terjadi.
advantage.
Contohnya
It will be for some time.
Enigma Galaxy yang Miracle dia defend tipis ngono wae iso comeback aja. Gelembung rak ceto anjing. Iso ngedev comeback lho bangsa.
PP ini metu kabeh, Cok. Hanya untuk Tron yang ra ono sing info.
The real ning Dota iki ra ono sing mustahil wis.
And if Amar sees a jump, he will take it.
Grind it out. Another tormentor. Another charge for them. Roshan's going to be
Bokongnya sampai ngangkat.
somewhere in this next 3 minutes.
Ki yakin Miracle ki dodok suwesan kuwi.
Buset Kang.
Bars rewarded. Extra skewer range really
Be
nice.
batot tono sing surya ra cuk anjing.
Yeah, you move these
Kan
heroes
Denen
far
kan ya
enough
ngerokok
away,
toh.
it may not matter what kind of team fight Extreme Gaming is able to put together if they just can't reach the hero that
Ning
is
stage
pulled
ono sing
apart.
rokok ono sing surya ra cuk
To
anjing
me, it's
ngudasku.
on Ame and this MKB. Can he land a good Omni Slash in that fight? Can he output the DPS? He gets here, he has a chance to bring this Medusa down. He has a decent shot to bring
Oh,
the Penguin
pantas
down.
MKB ini suwi dadine tuku blingse
Volume's
anjing.
very susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut. Doesn't have a
Golek
defensive
booty,
item. No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge pickup for him.
Yeah, we've seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament. He Rolling Thunders in, there's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own team and hope that the Omni Slash bounces off of him. But if he is isolated,
Wis nganu.
it's just 100-0.
Falcons are building up
Wis
the
go
cheap answers
Scepter.
right now. Double Go Scepter
Eh.
across the
Amare.
two cores as the MKB arrives.
Oh no.
Iya.
Find the horn toss.
Buset.
Disruption, but only halfway through. And Malreem's going to ensure the kill, at least trying to with the Rolling Thunder. Thanks to himself. There's
Omni Slash aduh. Nice mati.
Malreem is still alive. No, he goes down. And Shin-Q finishes him off.
Mergo nganu ultine SM
Is this
abo
the
Shin-Q.
opening? XG, can
nice,
you find
nice.
more right here?
Oh, if they could just catch Skeeter, but the Fisher was just a little bit off the
Aduh,
mark.
di nganu lele. Lele bro.
Anjing Pe.
MVP.
Lele iki jan ket ngerus.
Langsung diping tanda tanya.
Dua kali ya.
Dua kali tadi nge-stun Falcon, sekarang nge-stun Extreme anjing.
Anjing mau nyerah
Itu tatil be Amar.
mau nyerah custom sih iso iki sih. So comeback anjing. Lo itu toh anjing.
A lucky bounce kind of bailed him out, but he ended up dying anyway. They do get a gem out of that fight. Big game for Extreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage. And a misstep there for
nganu
Falcons.
Santenen.
They were thinking they were
Apa
getting
ya update-ane Ghost Scepter wi?
Yeah, with Blink, Aether,
Jenenge
Ethereal
Ethereal Blade.
potential is immense.
Iblet.
Still, Falcons, they feel strong. They're going to push into this area. Even without the Pangolier, they know some of the ults are on
Exnova
cooldown.
lebih rak
And
mati
Extreme
anjir.
Gaming, they are very dependent on some of these ults, particularly that Omni Slash.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Extreme need another 45 seconds.
Soalnya
for that
diusir
Omni
be
Slash
ultine
and
nganu
Roshan.
SF.
They're going to leave a
SF wis
Medusa
agak
illusion
nimna.
inside the pit. We'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Omni.
Wis.
I don't think you have the damage to take down the front line without him.
The Roshan roars, and that's the call to
Tapi
action
Rano
for Extreme. They bring their 4-man.
Ngono ulti nganu iki.
But what about Ame? He's trying to make his way over here. They don't
Buset.
Hilang tuh.
Buset.
Rapopo, ini mati Rapopo.
Di cover Medu.
Rapopo mati, Indok mite.
This fight is open right now.
It is. Ame wasn't even a part of that one, and now he's got his Omni Slash.
Omni Slash
Extreme
mau
Gaming,
ada?
there's an
Nice,
opening
Omni
here.
Slash.
They do not
Eko
want
masih
us to
ada, tenang
Can
aja.
they force
MKB,
the
san.
take the Roshan, or are they just going to sit back and play for more time?
Wis PKB urung ya nganu nih,
Such a
skitter
clutch find for
urung.
success. He saw that
Ora meh
Agak
PKB.
nim.
try and go up to that hill.
Again.
That ward did so much work and just instant jump.
Langsung
Could see
hilang
the
tuh,
difference
Pak.
now.
Ah, ini
Here
pengen
in that fight
jiwat.
earlier. You get the stun on the Pango XM, you better
Pojok.
instantly get in there. You
Keren
have
sih
about
iki, Cok.
2 seconds to
Offline-nya
make the
anjing.
player, it's gone.
Cuek.
Skater is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Extreme Gaming well aware of what's
Terusannya loh.
happening here. Stalling and stalling.
Ame is
Geter.
just farming. He's doing ancients right now.
Yeah, he's almost to a Swiftling.
It's like calling their bluff. It's like, you're not going to do Roach.
Asum itu.
Dominator gaming tenan anjing.
Pak RT membawa warga.
Kudu di nerf ya anjing krip dominator krip itu di nerf dengan
Bari kita verti
anjing guys. Kemproh asu.
Itu main Dota dominator kafe yo. Kepala suku RT.
Iya.
Gila anjir. Mainnya ngaku WK ngono to. Chen.
Mepo. Moso
Alah ler.
Wah mati.
Kali ini apakah ada yang bisa menyelamatkan?
Mati ya rasa.
Sepertinya tidak. Teman-teman. Oh pas.
They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else.
Oh my god, bro.
The Swift Blink, it's done for Ahmed.
This guy's throwing.
Ente Bang Ame, ente.
Bro, X-Nova throwing, bro.
Game this juggernaut.
Ora tuku nganu ora tuku.
Carry this for
Wih, double damage.
everything in this juggernaut basket.
Alamak.
Waduh.
Majunya waduh.
Aduh.
Alamak.
Aduh
Ini sih komen sih. Akademi yang kantong.
Ya kan akademi mau nganu skill loro to. Iya ra sih akademi bisa sih. Sing skill loro ono ultine to. Mau ngono to kan rapati ngaruh banget. Dapat sih wae.
Udah habis dong.
Aku malah ning buri ngono. Boleh bebek kan?
Kata
sih.
It's also something Falcons
Bagus lah tiar.
I go in with the horn toss.
Panggungnya wes nganu urung.
Wes
tuku go scepter urung ya.
Even when he goes for the save, it can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is, and the counter is right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's goal. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm or would you go for the Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed team fight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb is the ultimate defense against Ame right now.
I would go Ags just because it's so
XSS jangan mepet-mepet X Nova nanti kamu kena
kesialan.
I think he's going to go the Lotus
kesialan.
Gonna try and reflect that Omni.
No, he's bought out the Ags. He's already bought 3 of the components. 500 more gold until he's got an Ags. Somebody funnel him some gold.
Nah, iki telu kena telu. Aduh.
Stop. X-Nova.
Jangan tekat-tekat X-Nova. Tapi seenggaknya metu sih nganune sih. Ultine disruptor. Kinetic Storm-nya wis metu sih.
Take down the tier 3 in quick succession. There's that axe. Flying out for Crit.
Oi.
It's going to be extreme jumping first.
Mati. Ditukar.
Oh, nice shot.
And they've got him.
Look at Skeeter, he got feared into the base.
He did. He got pushed in deep. Falcons
Rabo po.
Masa ya.
Once again, they're playing it slow. Hit the Fisher now, the follow-up. Ame, he's making the call to jump.
Tiga, Bang.
Alah, Ame.
Aduh.
Ame.
No payback. No payback, Cok.
Anjing.
Ame to no payback, Cok.
Tapi Siti no. PPK. Paling ki mau ngendoke bar.
Cocok ora iso mencet ulti, Cok. Kang BKB Kang anjing.
The team gave them an opening. They got the pick off.
He got too greedy with it.
And now the team has to hold for him. Can they weather through? Skater, a minute and a half left on the Aegis. They're trying to chip away at it, see if they can take
Ame
it
iki
for
niate
free.
nganu sik, Cuk. Enteke manane Medusa sik nembe ulti. Nerak dipateni sik, Aegis muncul langsung ulti.
Teorinya seperti itu.
Niatnya seperti itu. Ditabrak sama terenggiling malahan.
Tapi bener sih, mau Amar cara mainin. Iko Amar, apa Marlin minggu dhisik.
Iya.
Minggu dhisik ngenteni ono
ngover.
Baru maju ke kontrol.
Backup.
X-Nova.
Sumpah, Cok. Iki lho X-Nova iki lho anjing.
Kita dibayar sih X-Nova.
Bayar ya?
Anu bawa 3-2-2 bawa 3-2-2 bawa
3-2-2 dari karo Amar wi. Kok bakal tak skiwer ya.
Gimana iki ya, toh? Sumpah, Cok. Sumpah, Cok.
Sumpah wi.
Kita dibayar anjing match fixing, sumpah anjing.
Tapi tapi emang paling gampang yo nyoba Bukna ra ono force staff. Nek disurung yo
skill yo muncale lu cepet.
Wis ngono-ngono tok.
Bang, tukar gua Bang, sumpah Bang. Tukar gua Bang.
Hoping that Falcons would continue to take the fight as the Aegis expires.
Nah, piye meneh, Cuk? Bukna serai sapa apa, Su?
It's time, Avery. Snaking has Song the Siren back up. He's got a blink dagger.
This could just be it. You find a great clump here. You drop that static storm. This game is just over.
This could be the killing blow. Extreme Gaming. You have to play with speed here. They have to make the initiation. They have to be so fast that they beat out Snake King's Song.
They use their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your side. The buybacks are not on your side. You're missing the two big ones here.
The creeps are pushing in. The illusions are pushing in. The Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place. Falcons will give them a
Naga Siren
meh
refresher anjing iso nyelamatin ini. Gampang banget anjing.
Apa main disperser kah? Iya anjir.
Iya.
Let the Naga illusions do the work. Let your high ground do the work. You have so much vision.
Iki ame ngulti yo disong damage ra mlebu bangsat. Mlebu ding.
Asal BKB ya sih.
Skeeter is capped, man. He is 6 slotted.
Ora
Omni ya.
Try something else, but
yeah, they already have all their shards. There's nobody to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
Wah, disruptore wis duwe Aganim.
Wah, yo.
Item merah iso tinggo commute item anjing.
Holding on. They've got a couple ultimates. We've got the refresher on XM. We've got the level 25.
Kalau duwe TX Nova semangat ucok.
Bisa iki nganu. Tapi songgo item.
He cannot enter the fight unless he's instantly in the spin versus
bien.
versus the rolling thunder into the Medusa damage like we saw earlier.
All in BKB.
I think this is the correct call, but no buyback available for Ame.
Itemnya X Nova loh, di situ anjir.
No room for mistakes
here. Piye su duitnya dulu ya 5.000. Networknya 5.000. Sing liyane wis 2 digit dene terus 5.000 dhewe anjing. Isine diculik terus be Amar, Cuk. Wah, iki nek comeback sih. Jadi best comeback ever bareng meneh sih. Tambahan best comeback ever meneh sih. Nek comeback.
Tapi itu aku ya draft 3 jurus delok draft iki gila ini yo.
All the way back behind tier 4.
Sajane seiso.
Falcons, they're probably just waiting for next Roche.
Bukan cok.
If you're XG right now.
Mesero man. Like wallahi bro.
Nomor ganti di mana ya?
The illusions are just
6%
Sip.
Extreme are backed into a corner.
Oh shit, 6%.
Will they contest for the Roshan? Can they contest for the Roshan? Is Falcons even give them that opportunity, or they just make Roshan smoke into you?
Yeah, there's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, you sit Skeeter in there, but it's not going to be a clump fight that you can take advantage of. There's always going to be Naga illusions on you.
Refresher pun yo.
You're running out of smokes in this game as well. And the big questions for these cores, do you buy out in these situations? How valuable is your buyback versus something like a refresher on that Shaker 6K gold on XXS?
Stream ki bingung su. Misale nge-commit siji eko nganu siji, misale nge-eko Amar ki engko ki.
Langsung di Naga Siren.
Naga Siren. Nek anu Naga Siren yo iso di nganu di kinetic storm be disruptor. Saling cover. Jadi saling cover satu sama lain lho.
Masalahnya hero AOE kabeh.
Oh yeah,
double song, ag static storm, stone gate.
Gebuke we AOE.
Area meninggal we.
XXS buys out that refresher. He's playing for the all-in.
Could have buyback if
yes,
500 more gold or so here, but that's not an easy task with how little map.
Neng TI sih ra ono nganu ya, ra mungkin kayak neng Dota WTF ngumpul 5 terus di ekosistem nggak mungkin.
Tetap mesti yo biyen untuk sekarang tuh mainnya mburi kabeh anjing. Sing ngarep nganu tok tuh.
Carry. Lane ready backup.
Lane ready backup tok tuh.
They can build into some more Lotus Orbs.
Lah, tim
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter.
Maju kabeh.
It's about it.
Tim lu yang gendong satu orang.
They could have just gone for that and let Skeeter
Anjir
hit high
sing
ground,
go tinker ki anjir loro banget cok.
orbs on him, but they played for the bigger
Panik.
kill. This big
Tatarik
team fight combo.
kan
Falcons back up.
Oh, modern snaking pun wis blink lho. Nyelamat kene lho gampang wi. Ulti blink wi.
Wah, si man.
If you know they're coming, you just saw
Wis angel banget iki extreme gaming ki anjing ki.
Lu tawar-tawar lagi kan.
Meneh.
Punish time and time again. Somebody has to die for this horn toss skewer combo. They'll get the pick off. They force the
Bayaran,
back
sumpah
in.
bayaran
They
anjing,
still play the
sumpah.
Roshan. They just picked
Anak
up
buah Tiger.
XM. He doesn't want to let them just push back into the base.
Anak
They're
buah
gonna
Tiger,
play
we
for this high
Mexican
ground.
dia.
But again, these illusions are scouting things
Pussy.
out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance.
Sumpah cok.
Item lagi mau ngerak armor
Snaking is very
Nah,
familiar with playing a late
Rune
game
can do
non-SRM
shit, man.
lineup in a TI
Musik
Grand
kok ini.
Final. This is a team that knows how to abuse the vision, knows how to look for the jump. They have the vision, they have the jump. This game is in their control right now.
Break it down for
Nanti
me.
lagi
How
dengan
does Extreme win this
hal-hal
fight?
yang sama terus gitu.
Massive Requiems, a great catch from
Instruktur
XXS
bagus.
and the Omni slash half.
Oi oi oi. Buset. Alamak.
Oh shit.
Alamak, kena ulti. Loh. Wah,
Anu, item neutral item.
sing outward ya, outward.
Ame's making a run for it. He'll get back to the
Oh
base
my god,
safely.
bro, is
Falcons
GG
have
man.
brought back on Amar though.
They want to end it.
Wis metu kabeh.
Mau keren banget cok. Mau ono celah sini langsung.
He's almost out of mana on the first life here.
Mau wis apik banget lho mau lho.
They do have a refresh Requiem available.
Yeah.
Aku nih kombini sangar mau, aku
XM
karo.
hiding in the
Seksi
trees,
banget,
looking
Cok.
on this ward. Skier backs up. That's a one team fight for XG, stalling out this Aegis X.
Tapi SFS dia ono nganu sih refresher sih.
Finds openings out of nowhere and
Jagre
has
loh.
been decisive.
Loro
on the
menit
trigger.
anjing.
Yeah, I couldn't even get to the preamble. He just saw a moment, went for it.
That's
Two
what you have
steps
to
and a
do.
blink.
You have to play like that in this game if you're going to win it as XG. And the slugger hits
Pas
almost
Dora
killed
siap
Sneaky. He got hit by two
langsung kok.
fissures, a bunch of slugger
Kaget
echo
anjing kuwi
damage.
sama
Naga almost died
Emang
from collateral.
titik comeback-nya kudu dingonoke terus.
That was with the song going out. That's the upside for XG in this game. If you can
Ngono pun
find the
carry-nya
jump,
gak
you
mati
commit.
juga, gak
Put
iso
your
mati,
BKBs to
anjing.
use. There is no counterplay to that other than the RP coming through.
So,
And it's
iki
not
sik,
always
Cok.
fast enough and it's
Metu
not
lagi.
easy to get through these Requiem
Penting
fears.
sing liane sik, Cuk.
2.5 minutes left on the clock for Skeeter. Round
Kecuali
two
nek
here
kuwi
for
TA,
Falcons. They
TA
have the bag to
all
continue
in
to
way.
push.
Nek
As
Medusa no
XG
bangsat.
trying to
Cuk.
wait for ultimate cooldowns.
Cueki
The
wae
Vader
sik.
gets dropped, and the damage, it's coming so fast. Extreme. Had to cobble together some
Skillsi kayak banner-nya hancur.
It's worth mentioning
Wait.
two
Roll
lives on
Thunder,
the
that's
start.
going to be a bit wasted here.
Wait.
Malreem tries to blink it again.
Dia
Very
nge control
awkward.
tok, maksudnya hilang-hilang gitu. Dan
There's no
Ano
punish,
bro,
though.
iya.
That'll be a second
Permainan
lane.
mental,
No
permainan
response
mental.
from Extreme on that.
They are being pushed to the limit here.
Wah lemak double damage ini bro.
Ben,
Iki
don't
apa?
break.
X-Zira
That has
anu sing
been the
gawe
motto of this
anu
squad,
kok.
but you can only pen so
Ayo
far.
Mana sih?
No.
Damage
No.
is in that top rune. Falcons.
Oh, do they see it? Does someone go back to check?
Kan lumayan ya,
Rano.
ada ke
Rano ya.
Pangu.
Skeeter setting up 2 minutes. He wants to force this now.
Ngandek ke Pangu piye?
A on disc, ready to be a
Pangu kan
separate
ke dia,
ATF.
bos.
You might not be able to get
Nek
that
pas
same
ulti ora
combo
toh, kan
in
anti
Magnus
CC.
anymore.
One building left.
Kecuali
he'll make
Beser.
this.
Kecuali
You
Beser.
gotta go here. This is
HP, where's
True.
the jump? Make the jump now. Try and hit
Buset.
Untung Erpin
Kena
Nira.
ofir sih, kena ofir sih.
Still though, the fear pushes
Tapi
them
oke
to
sejauh
Alah,
ini anjir.
selamat, Kit.
Alamak.
Nyanyi.
Wah, mati sih.
Duali.
Aduh.
Duali nyanyi, Cok.
Oh shit. Wah metu.
Wah, seru.
Eh,
Tapi make back, tapi seru. Nice. Ulti. Oh, ngincer.
Ono agak.
perlu lagi, bos. Please, bos.
Dulu lu ngincerin budi lu. Ora.
Buri. IS multi buri.
Ora SF
Wah.
ora
Oh SF ya, oh iya SF ora.
Wah, tai anjing sih. Tai anjing sih. Wah, tai anjing sih.
Wah, seru su, sumpah su. Iki seru su.
Wah, tai anjing sih.
Seru su anjing.
Striker MVP sih, sumpah sih. Masih yo kalah ya.
Cok, sumpah Arsiker itu kan mau sigap banget anjing. Gak sing nge-save nanim itu loh, keren banget cok itu.
You've given up Megas. They have the lineup to hold up against Mega. The game is not over yet.
Tapi habis mati di depan celeng.
Walaupun sudah Mega Creep, Extreme Gaming menolak kalah.
There have been very few comebacks against Mega Creeps on the TI
Komit iki ngerti-ngerti.
There has never been a
Komit
comeback
lho
against Mega
ora
Creeps
sing
in a game 5
ketok
on the main
ono pergerakan sih.
Langsung kayak pokoknya aku dulu iki chance langsung tak gas ngono. Gue pick up anjing. Ono su.
Kudu sigap su koncone su. Jadi mau kayak ngomong, lihat aku. Ngomong
kamera dia, Pak. Kamera dia, Pak.
Orang spam aja.
You will have the Swiss slash to throw out now.
Persiker SF itu connect banget anjing sumpah.
For Skeeter to make that same read with the Outworld staff that he did before.
And a Hex on XXS, more control. That buys a lot of time for Ahmed to go in and deal some serious damage, and they were dealing some serious damage to that Medusa. As bad as the fight outcome was,
apa meneh Medusane rapi kabenan. Wah. Rauno sing duwe Eul bareng Belotus bareng to.
He died very fast, especially to XM's damage.
Yeah,
bener-bener savingnya kita
both the Requiem and these long-range fishers, it pushes a lot of these Falcons heroes who are trying to sit behind the Medusa. It pushes them so far away that Skeeter just ends up
minimal 60 menit ya.
Anjing mas keren banget tuh cok.
Even if in clutch E-Blade
untuk sini anjir.
Tapi meneh naga sirene wis
naga sirene cok.
Guarantee the Omni lands outside of the Outworld staffs here. Falcons take a
decide
to farm up,
nganggo item mode. Serba salah, cok.
Still firmly in control. But you're gonna have to close this one out.
Iki yo Hexan
Hex available.
SFA.
Now a double Hex with refresher on the SF. Double Hex with refresher on the Earthshaker.
Kudu Hex nganune si sirene si anjing
That is a lot of control to fight through.
That's like 15 seconds of disable. What do you even do?
Delok lo sik sak item lo puknae lo anjing sik urung
Wah, masih stay di sini. Moto aku delok pokoknya 5.000 iki. Anune saya 11.000 lah. Apa Darsir? Kok Darsir?
Tete Demon.
Another tormentor.
Anjing.
Nobody to take the shard, just some gold for the squad.
Anjing nambah 1000 tok su.
We're gonna be playing 50 seconds until Roshan.
Mau ya farming city langsung diculek cok. Gak iso cok.
I think this is a situation where Extreme
Tumbay nek comeback swangar banget anjing iki were mau wae suami banget anjing.
Sitting on your tier 4s.
Sumpah seru cok.
Ini nih yang membuat bokong penonton panas.
You're pretty much capped out. You just gotta play for maybe a refresher.
Matahari ini penonton kembang kembis anjing.
Buyback is a lot more important at this point.
I mean, if he could get to refresher, that would be sick. 4 different slashes to get around these Outworld staffs and these Ghost Scepters.
Wah, iki ya wes.
Gotta abuse the fact that the fight is gonna happen in your base and you're gonna be able to reset a couple times. At the same time, I mean, if you continue to find this game, the Shadow Fiend for some extra shadow.
Main aman banget cok.
Jenenge wis game terakhir su.
Tidak boleh ada kesalahan.
Tidak boleh ada kesalahan kecuali X-Nova.
Anjing X-Nova kontol.
Kecuali kan X-Nova.
But it's not necessarily going into this core-on-core man fight. And we've seen how quickly that fight
Malaysia kontol si ciwi anjing.
It's not easy to end right now.
Mar has an on disc.
Aduh, SF.
Wow. Walah, mati anjing.
Lepas berarti Roshani.
For ATF here. He will reach 25.
Rosan.
Extra RP stun duration can also be very impactful.
Oh, ora, iki maksa payback sih nembe Rosan iki.
Right away. He's going to wait for Falcons to make another push.
Mau buyback
And
langsung
Falcons are certainly going to go for that push.
kita pulangkan.
But how many times
Kita pulang
every single time he
menjemput
goes for
Rosan.
it, there's this risk that XXS responds fast enough that somebody, one of these supports, managed to get off some sort of save.
Oh no kata deh.
Oh no,
aku yang disruptor.
You have to know that this is in the range for the spawn interval.
Maybe Falcons, maybe they just go back. Maybe they've taken this SF kill, but maybe they can't actually force the buyback for the risk. What if they lose this fight? What if they give up Roshan?
Ora situ, akhirnya Rosan way. Orang metu. 20 detik.
It could go horribly wrong, and then if you lose that road,
Ketoke wis ngerti ya, iki ketoke ra bakal ngono iki.
it could all slip
Ra bakal
away.
payback iki anjing iki. Kamera diamar. Lagi.
Oh shit.
Kali ini Amar sing digandeng.
Wih, PL 45 nih.
Still though, they popped another stone gaze for this.
Medisane lho urung mati itu.
10 seconds. It's actually feeling like even though Falcons are getting these pickoffs, they
Tapi
still
iki
can't get a
rada balance
buyback
sih
out of them. They just
ora
have to go
pembantian
to
banget
Roche.
dulu.
Ra kaya mau game sijingan dipapat, Cuk.
Iki to setengah skor mati X Nova kabeh. Setengah luwe nih kita, Cok.
Ora nek setengah luwe ora. Paling X Nova itulah. Nek luwe ora, nek setengah lah.
Nah, kira langsung dikai, Cok. Langsung dikai anjir kalah kok nanti kita.
Kita dulu yo.
Angel banget tadi.
Lah,
krip.
PC lu.
The base out yet. They're just gonna get thrown. You have to go back. There's no way you can stop this Roshan Falcons.
Oh my god.
Bisa dimanfaatkan to strike ngono to. Culik siji langsung nge-strike. Nge-smoke to.
Terus gitu ya. Lah X Nova. Alah.
Genap 9.
Mau kan mesti buka ke satu demon ya anjir ra ono ning Rosan anjing.
Is that enough, Falcons?
Lah, ngopo kuwi Ame? Ame ngopo?
Woyo.
Ngamuk sih gitu itu. Emosi sih Ame sih menurutku.
Kita anjing wes.
Wes GG ra iso wes.
Unkronot tai anjing betul apa gua kontol. Wes tilted suwang itu.
Wes tilted sumpah. Emosi Big Nova gue.
Buset. Ya, Omni.
Ngepura sing cilik.
Anjing iki wes males kok wonge cok kata main anjing.
Ra ono sul.
Oh, Medusa.
Diselamat.
Wow, shit. Tai anjing. Next bro. Kita bantai tahun depan. Celeng.
Kita balas tahun depan. Wes ra iso GG. Cik pengen.
Will you be denied again? 3 times denied.
GG.
Oh, shit.
Are your TI champions?
X Nova pantek.
This series went to a game 5. That game 5 went to the
menjadi orang pertama yang mempunyai 3.
Kata gua mah X Nova ganti Whitemon.
Tapi Yesu, X Nova kan biasa aja nih nganu. Apa jadinya? Standin toh.
Sing asing ning ndi?
Loro.
Parah gitu wis tenan match fixing su. Poloson mbek iki wis terus kontol.
As international champions.
Kentot.
Tapi emang sing paling neng Sko Falcon sing bajingan ki cat game pertama ki snaking sih. Sing paling bajingan sih.
Iya sih. Ngeblok rip camp.
Seko Cene sing kaya asu. Terus si Enchanter sing kaya asu, terus iki naga sirene bajingan.
The player at this TI, the longest consecutive run, 12 years in the making for him, and now the moment of triumph. The International 2025 champions, Team Falcons!
ATF, umur 20 tahun sudah menang TI. Ya Allah. Crit akhirnya, Cuk. Crit
2 lawan 1 sih menang aku tuh.
Crit, Cuk, akhirnya, Cuk. Sekian lama, Cuk.
Celeng. Jadi kan Crowned King kan crit baik jame. Mau sih ngomong.
Jadi
babi.
timing anu ya. Skitter karo snaking ya.
Pecahin nih Wak gambarnya Wak.
Apa?
Skitter karo snaking 2 time TI achievement yo.
2 time. AOI 3 time.
Oh.
Satu kali sebagai player, 2 kali sebagai coach anjing AOI.
Congratulations, boys. Of course, I'm going for you first. ATF, my man, you have told the world that you were the best player on your team. The best player in the world.
Aku yakin engko ATF ning publik soyo bacot anjing. Nek dene dibacoti dene mesti ngomong, apakah kamu pernah memenangkan kejuaraan dunia? Ngono mesti ngono iki. Yakin aku. Urung menang TI wis. Urung menang TI wis saking bacote apa meneh wis menang TI su.
Pak iso ngomong.
Thank you my family. Thank you my friends. Thank you my team. Thank you to everyone who supported us. And this is just the beginning.
Okay. It's just beginning, Ging. It's just beginning, Ging.
Kita kesampingkan ATF sih. Kita lihat Ame.
Anjing. Anjim.
Masa banget, Cuk. 4 kali.
Kita balas di next TI.
I'm just so happy that I was part of a squad that helped Crit win TI after he tried so many years. I'm just so happy for him. And obviously for
kita punya Ame yo. After
Yo sih sarkas.
And I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, they did that part and I'm just so happy for everyone.
Oi. Neng ruang ganti kuwi ketoke extrovert WTI.
Si kita aku bantam, Cok. Bantam cuy gitu. Bro.
And now you get to raise a second Aegis with your brothers. How does it feel? Any words for them?
It's amazing. I'm on top of the world. I'm very grateful for Skidder and AI.
Emang saudara tenanan. Skitter be nganu snaking ora kan?
Enggak.
Malrin.
$1 juta.
May I bother you for a moment and you think you could maybe lift the
Pantai.
Karene riku iki sapa jenenge? Nganu Dota sing apa sing ireng iki. Afromus. Biyen player saiki.
On just your second TI. Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Malrin, but has a TI made you speechless?
Afromus. Iki rada putih tapi sajane rada ireng.
I never would dream
Afromus. Biyen player saiki dadi manager.
Especially as a artist.
Ya ampun sakit kok.
It is a reality, Malrin.
Garit.
Start believing it.
Garit anjing.
Sudah pernah mengangkat ya.
Sir, we will take that Aegis right over here. Oh, okay. Give it away. That's all yours. All right. Owie, 2000. Hell yeah!
Tapi itu pas waktu pas kan lho oke menang pertama kali lho. Pas sing liyane apa coba coti Topson.
Oh, suka main pub toh
kan dia kan biyen pub. Lah kan kanca-kancaku ning warnet iki koyo nganu apa sih? Oke yo Topson orang gak terkenal dukungnya Liquid. Dukungnya EG gitu tuh. Aku dukung OG TV, aku tertawa terakhir. Aku tertawa paling akhir anjing.
Kayak aku saiki.
Nah, aku kan sajane ra dukung ekstrim, cuman mesake ame. Denen wis 3 kali, sekarang 4 kali.
Pantek.
Masalah ironine iki ning grand final terus lho.
Ning grand final ping 3, ning semifinal ping 1. Tim dukunganku wis nganu kok. Tim dukunganku wis Bali yo.
Coba.
Aku yo PV.
Ya tentu saja Tundra toh.
Tundra ya.
Iyalah. Tim Whitemon.
And last but certainly not at all the least, Crit. This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI attempts.
Crit, 9 kali ikut TI, baru menang sekarang. Seperti Ame masih belum malahan.
Shit, man.
And now the day has come. Crit, you are a TI winner!
Sedang ini IQ semua.
You are the TI winner. Mantap.
Wah, tahun ngarep sih TI ini sih apik banget sih stage sih soalnya ning Cina sih.
Shanghai.
Ning Shanghai stage bakal epic parah. Fix mau wis di announce mau. Tahun ngarep ning Shanghai Cina.
Kecuali ada Covid meneh.
Player-e semangan cuk mangan lowo.
Wah, aku udah nangis sih.
Nah, gue wis berambang kok.
Yeah, just thank you everyone. It means everything. Enjoy the moment, my friend. If anyone has earned it, it is you. And all of us, please, can we celebrate in this moment and make one more round of applause for your TI-14 champions, Team Falcon!
Sudah sah memasang logo Aegis di atas emblem.
Yoi. Holy.
A crowning achievement on
Tapi seru sih. Game terakhirnya benar-benar wah anjing.
That spans beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg, and they have done it. They have finally done it, Kazu.
What an absolute treat to watch this entire TI and them winning this TI. And you can just, like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like Amar and Malrine, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly like, it's so touching and beautiful to like see this game unfold and to see it. Taking me like everywhere.
I mean, in 2024,
tapi masih disebut tak?
On the roster, you know, hometown hero, they weren't able to do it. They kept the same roster. They
Pas awal menang lah sih.
Sana ono hadiah dhewe to.
Oh, tapi nek kira tapi ini mau main MVP match paling. Match iki paling MVP match iki.
Paling
dia mau
I mean, they struck gold with this roster.
Snaking Chen buangsa, jago nih kok kono snaking.
They were considered one of the best teams even though they didn't win that TI last year,
Napi.
they're here on the stage now as the winners.
Sajane ning tim Falcon sing rapati nonjol mite sih rapati ya.
They are so good in their roles. They have the confidence. They did not falter, and their run was long. It was grueling. They played the longest games during the
farming X Nova su.
Some comebacks. They went
Anjing.
to get to this ages.
Sim farming X Nova Amar su.
Farming X Nova. Karena free farm, karena free buat kayak iso mati.
Yang tertawa tadi aku melihat ada yang bergerak tadi.
He hadn't won it yet. He finally overcomes it. Of course, snaking Skidder is now their second TI in the books. Marines second ever TI played. He finally gets his win.
Anjing tato nganu cuk. Opo sing awange Akatsuki ya kuwi ya? Tening tangane wi. Akatsuki close.
This is the start.
They're both 20 years old. Like they're like best friends winning TI together at 20. You have Crit who powers through it for like years and years. And I know that snaking, he has to deal with Amar and Marine, and I know that they're clowns a lot of the time.
Mau jelas snaking item itu pakai wis refresher be link ki wis bangsat pi nek kon nyelamet kayak gini.
He knows it all. This team, I don't know, it's just so amazing to watch them.
I love that team dynamic though, that you mentioned, that there are these two crazy kids just having fun. They're playing for the love of Dota 2. You know, people laugh at them, people call them toxic because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just flopped on the ground, just relieved of the wind, staring at each other. That was a shot out of a movie, looking at that.
Iya, tapi kan orang hero-hero sing dibeni terus toh.
Soalnya pas playoff nggone sing anu Chen Bek anu soalnya dominator. Lah, sedangkan opo Falcon ngerti ekstrim tim sing jarang nggo dominator, lah kaya tim liyane sing selalu nggo dominator. Makane wani akhir ora masalah Chen Bek Enchantress-e di ban ora masalah. Soalnya kan Chen Bek Enchantress kan dipakai kan gawe counter dominator kan. Sedangkan yang ekstrim mikire wah nggo Enchantress terus ngeselin ben wae. Padahal nek gawe Falcon sakjane ra masalah. Menurutku, analisisku sebagai orang Arjun.
Also, Skeeter on that Medusa,
emang draft sing wis dilatih. Kuwi banget sih, ketok banget soalnya gameplay ini.
Being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put
tapi awal TI bermula ya kok dominator kabeh. Kita pakai plan yang lain dulu aja. Kita simpan plan yang ini.
Disimpan maksudku
Lah yo.
I mean, I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were like hating on him, and also too, we heard Tsunami say, people were saying, yeah, they only won because of respect here, there. No, look at them at this TI, they make the meta, they play their heroes, they play top class, and that's why they win the tournament, not because of some random items here there.
Langsung di ulti nganu disruptor anjing.
We're looking at one player who's been able to,
dan selalu wis chemistry-nya wis dilatih bola-bali
blending together and creating this harmony of strategy.
Terus nek Medusa ning ngepush to liyane ning mburi kabeh.
Bangsat.
Liyane do adoh ning mburi yo. Ale wis dibling kabeh.
No, my Tundra. Nopo kalah be heroik kontol.
The games were not easy. There was only one of those series that was a 2-0 at the very
Tapi lu kasihan tim Spirit be Liquid sih. Pra lolos playoff kontol.
Losing game 1 to Vision, then losing game 1 to Extreme, but they showed that they knew how to adapt and understand. The emotions did not let them, overwhelm the series. The fact that whoever was leading the talk behind stage, be it Amar, be it Aoi, that was pushing the team forward, and it isn't just a clean sweep. They had to, like Effie already mentioned, they had to do every aspect of a team to get to this point.
They really benefited too from the way they played this
anu
tournament.
ya, Oracle ya.
On stage yesterday, saying because of the group stage, because of how long the games were, how many games that they threw or they perceived as playing bad, that is what taught them today and how they're playing every series that they played, every loss, they took a lesson from that and they applied it to the next one. And you could just see it unfold in front of you. It was beautiful.
I think the entirety of the international, including the international, this one is going to go down as one of the better internationals in my book. This was amazing. We saw great Dota. The games were back and forth.
Asli.
I just want to talk about one more. in Germany on the main stage.
I mean, I'm just so happy to be here. Hamburg, ich danke euch alle. Es ist mein allererstes TI als Talent. Es freut mich total. Ohne euch wäre Dota und TI nicht das, was es ist. Thanks to all of you for watching.
Tapi pas ket mau war pun koyo impact-e Xnova yo ora ono.
Ono anjing.
My best probably just stepping on like the TI stage and like just talking and like getting into it, because you're really nervous before, but you go into it a few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do.
Kan sing milih kan coach nek kuwi.
And what was your most TI vibey
Oh
moment?
my God, everything has been amazing. Just being a part of this, witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the roar of the fans as it's happening, just being a part of it is something, a feeling that I cannot explain. And if you're asking me for a highlight, it has to be, okay, it has to be ATF picking Ursa in a game 4 of a grand final.
Carry ra iki ra. Era aman support.
Pure kapten. Pure kapten.
That was an all-timer. I definitely
soalnya fokus ke box. Fokus mekanik.
Journey to get here. How about you?
I mean, it's simply just the magic.
And in Halo kan yung duelist
like Heroic, Yuma with KJ show up on the main stage and make this incredible. Arme backs against the wall. He wanted to be crowned. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. We'll come on, our mates in China. Keep playing, boss. Don't give up. But it's the fact that like every single team. Falcons for winning it, but one of the best.
Rano kapten kan iki kan di Falcon kan ono iki. Kaptene lah ono mahkotane iki kapten.
It's never gonna die. It's just beautiful, and to me, Dota is just an amazing game. No complaints. You are amazing. Which camera?
Kan ono mahkotane kan iki kapten le ekstrem kok ora ono yo.
You are amazing for watching the game. This one, and together, this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter about anything else going on right now. This is why this game is so fantastic. These moments you forget about everything.
Who is the captain?
Dota is irreplaceable.
Nek ora ono kapten yo berarti yo bener full nganu coach sing milih.
Loh. Full coach.
Full coach sing milih. Nganu pick.
Yo nek kan yo to nek kan coach to.
Ora
kalau in game.
Lah yo ora biasane nek draft iki nganu kapten B coach kayak diskusi. Nek biasane ono kaptene ya, kuwi diskusi mesti. Main nge-pick opo nge-ban opo mesti diskusi. Tapi kok ekstrim ra ono ya. Karena para vision kan iki itu kali sono Bedboom. Oh Bedboom sidone safe ora pure. Padahal pure ngomongnya denen ra gelem di kapten ke wong liya. Aneh. Makanya metu saka Tundra kan mergo ora gelem di